Okay, everyone, let's gather back so we can continue to get through comments. I apologize. I know sometimes the conversations in the room are some of the very best part of being here for sure, but thank you. If we can all begin to gather back, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everyone. Virtual. Thank you, everyone. I know there's our folks joining virtually, so I was going to yell into the mic, but that's just, not good etiquette for virtual participants. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. Let's get back to our commenters here and appreciate that the ability to connect and discuss with our colleagues here is, let's be honest, some of the better part of this board meeting. So thank you for everyone and your patience. All right, let's get to our next commenter, who will be Amy Talbot, and then followed by Brian Sanders. And what I'll be doing is starting the clock here. It will automatically beep at 3 minutes. Try not to go too much longer, but if there's points to wrap up, please do. Ms. Talbot, good to see you. Thank you for the patience. It's good to see you this afternoon, evening nearly. Oh, you might need to pop the mic back on now that it's a top. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you, Ms. Talbot.
Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, almost evening, board members and staff. I'm Amy Talbot, Water Efficiency Program Manager with the Regional Water Authority. RWA is a joint powers authority representing 20+ public and private water utilities in the 5-county Sacramento region, covering 2.2 million residents. We have been part of this regulation process for 5 years, with RWA and our member agencies playing an active role in its development. We want to thank the State Water Board for the opportunity to participate in this final step of the regulatory process. Our region is committed to long-term water efficiency. We've saved 18% in total demand since 2013 with a growing population. We have nationally recognized award-winning regional and local water efficiency programs. We support a budget-based approach to efficiency and believe that all Californians must make water conservation a California way of life to address climate change impacts. That said, we believe the regulations as currently drafted will ultimately set our residents, water agencies, and state up for failure. The most concerning regulation requirements include the 2035.55 landscape factor for new and existing landscapes, which is unacceptable from a technical and practical standpoint. The State Water Board methodology of backing into landscape budget factors using flawed landscape area measurements, estimated indoor use, and incomplete and mismatched demand data is not technically sound enough to base a statewide and permanent standard requirement on. Data doesn't need to be perfect to move forward, we all know that, but you need to take into account the compounding errors of the data into consideration when setting the standards. This means not setting the standards from WELO planning standards and the inclusion of an overall compliance budget. Furthermore, the incorporation of effective rainfall further reduces the budget lower than WELO standards to begin with. Additionally, we need to extend the regulation timeline by at least 5 years because this process has been delayed and residents need more time to adjust to such drastic changes. Some of the regulation requirements are also outside of the legislative scope. For example, using irrigated landscape only instead of the more inclusive irrigable, and limiting reporting to fiscal year only. The success of this regulation ultimately depends on the actions of the average resident, not landscape professionals, and what we are asking of them must be reasonable to achieve. Water suppliers, and specifically our region's dedicated and amazing water efficiency staff, should be your best advocates and partners for implementing the regulation. Yet the supplier community's concerns, feedback, and expertise has not been adequately incorporated into the regulation text. We really want tangible results, not just speaking opportunities. Therefore, we're requesting the board to direct staff to work with suppliers to redline the regulation text with mutually beneficial improvements that will increase the odds of the successful implementation of this regulation. I have a couple concluding thoughts. In conclusion, we have on-the-ground experience that the State Water Board is understandably lacking. Listen to us when we have concerns, please. We are here to help the state be successful. This regulation needs a reality check regarding what is possible in real life, and we are here and willing to provide that perspective. Our fear is the regulation will not result in water-wise landscapes for all, but struggling landscapes and trees. We must remember we are water agencies, we are public agencies, we serve the public good, and that additional costs ultimately fall disproportionately on DAC and myopic communities. With some strategic and impactful revisions to the draft regulation, we will be closer to the efficiency sweet spot where cost and water savings are more balanced. And then finally, we must consider the bigger picture and the role of efficiency in it. The question isn't, should we do more water efficiency? We should. The real question is how much more, and how much is too much, given that water efficiency is only one part of the balanced water supply management approach. To put it another way, is spending $13.5 billion to save 1% of the state's water the best use of our collective resources to address the impacts of climate change? With that thought, I thank you very much for this opportunity and apologize for going over time.
Thank you, Ms. Talbot. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call Brian Sanders, who will be followed by Scott Burrett, and then Dr. Mark Gould.
All right, hello. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to comment. I'm Brian Sanders. I'm with the City of Sacramento Department of Utilities, and we have a long-standing, well-established water conservation program. Thanks to accelerated investments by installing AMI meters for all customers and maintaining a 2-day-a-week watering schedule post the 2015 drought. We have consistently reduced our overall water usage by nearly 40% since 2013. Due to significant delays in the regulatory process, there are too many requirements being put on suppliers in too short of an amount of time. We recommend 5-year check-ins where the State Water Board reports to suppliers on the implementation of this regulation, on how the implementation of this regulation is going, and adjust as needed. As a city that has many mature heritage trees, these treescapes must be appropriately maintained and healthy. That is essentially impossible if there is a 0.55 standard adopted for existing landscapes. We don't want a conservation regulation to induce a repeat of the 2012 to 2016 drought where we suffered an 8% tree mortality and another 11% of the canopy was left stressed and in poor condition. If these community and climate assets are not able to be properly maintained, they're more vulnerable to disease and mortality through future drought and lead to increased heat islands and poorer air quality after these mature trees are gone. Additionally, the city will need to dramatically expand its programs to achieve the proposed targets. For example, the city's estimated water use reduction in 2030 is approximately 12,500 acre-feet. This will require an additional $14 to $17 million of investment over the next 7 years by just our utility. And that investment assumes that we would be spending $1,200 to $1,500 per acre-foot of conserved water, which is basically a bargain given that the State Water Board's SWRCB estimate is about $2,100 per acre-foot. And also, our marginal cost of water is $137 per acre-foot. So how does the city increase or fund this increase in costs? Our current costs for conservation programs, not including staff time, are $1 million a year. So at a minimum, we'd need to double our investment from the 7 to at least 14 million over the next 7 years. Currently, all of our programs are operating well beyond their cost effectiveness. Customer behavior cannot be relied upon. Lawn conversions are a customer choice. There can be no assumption that we can simply raise our rebates, aggressively and expensively market them, and then we will achieve our targets. Customers typically exceed their allotted time to transform their landscapes after we have done the pre-inspection and given them the approval. Landscape transformation programs are slow-moving and labor-intensive for all involved, from the agency to the customer. To date, approximately 1% or 1,200 of our over 143,000 customers have participated in our program since it launched 9 years ago. We have transformed approximately 1.5 million square feet of turf grass, and this has come at a cost of over $3.1 million, which again is not cost effective. Landscape transformation takes time, is extremely expensive, which is why it is one of the last programs implemented by water agencies. Ideally, the state would create, fund, and roll out a statewide direct install landscape transformation program to eliminate Prop 218 concerns for some. We're also concerned, am I over? Nope. So I'll just skip down here. I'd like to be clear that the city is not opposed to water efficiency and is in favor of more efficiency work, but it must be reasonable. The city asks and looks forward to the State Water Board directing staff to work directly with water suppliers to systematically review, update, and improve the current regulatory text to reflect our concerns and make it workable. Given the approaching MCLs and associated expenses with those, compiled with this regulation, we're going to need to make decisions about what to apply our resources toward. The health and safety of our residents will always take priority. The cost of service continues to rise, and these cost increases, along with increases associated with regulations such as the draft being presented here today, will have to be directly passed on to our customers. This works directly against our water affordability and the human right to water. Lastly, the city does agree with the comments that were made by the Regional Water Authority and the pending comments from the League of Cities, Aqua, and our other industry partners.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Appreciate that. Again, I'll be making sure to reset the clock here. And if folks find themselves hearing things that others have made points on, feel free to kind of just plus up those so that we kind of keep additive. I do want to try to make sure we get everyone's voice here today. Next, I'd like to call up Scott Burritt, who will be followed by Mark Gold. On my list here, there's a couple of folks virtual on there. I'm going to prioritize those in the room here because it's been, I know, a long day and many of you traveled far. So just a note on if sometimes the scroll is a little off from what I'm calling out. Mr. Burritt.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Scott Burritt. I'm Director of Service and Communication with the Coachella Valley Water District. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. I appreciate it. CVWD, the other CVWD, serves approximately 270,000 residents, over 1,000 square mile service area in one of the hottest and driest regions in the state. We've long been committed to conservation. Since July of 2022, we provided customers with $13.4 million in incentives that converted 4.7 million square feet of turf to desert landscaping. Since 2009, our strongest conservation tool has been our water budget-based tiered rates. CVWD's best opportunity to successfully meet the proposed standard will be to realign our water budgets with the regulations that you adopt. The draft regulations may have the unintended consequence of negatively impacting water affordability for vulnerable customers. Decreased water budgets will increase water cost for all, especially those customers unable to afford the customer share of water efficiency upgrades. We have disadvantaged communities throughout the Coachella Valley, especially those customers, we have disadvantaged communities throughout the Coachella Valley, as well as low-income residents and elderly customers living on fixed incomes. The majority of our residents live in common interest community developments, mobile home communities, and other multifamily residential properties. Higher water cost will simply be passed on to residents and renters, resulting in higher housing costs. CVWD proposes adequate funding to incentivize property owners to achieve greater water efficiency. To minimize financial impacts, we propose the landscape efficiency factor remain at 0.80 with no further reduction. Another issue is the time needed to comply. We request adequate time to ramp up new programs, secure funding, and adjust our water budgets and tiered rates to realign with the proposed standard. Adjusting our tiered rates will require a cost of service study, a Prop 218 process. This will take a couple of years from the time the board adopts the regulation, and also when we receive and validate the CII landscape area. We request that you extend the implementation timeline accordingly. Finally, data underlying the proposed standard and the variance process is complex. Significant local resources will be required to collect and constantly update the data and validate it. So we request sufficient resources for water agencies to comply, including funding, current data, technological tools, and technical assistance. And we thank you for your past support of the district. So thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you coming up and the participation and comments here today. Next, I'd like to call up Mr. Mark Gold.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Dr. Mark Gold. I'm NRDC's Director of Water Scarcity Solutions. Just for a point of background, I've served on the Metropolitan Water District Board, representing the City of LA, as well as on former Mayor Garcetti's water cabinet. I also helped Santa Monica write their net zero water ordinance and their water self-sufficiency policy, where they're almost at 100% local water. So I bring that up for background because we've been hearing from a lot of people testifying concerns about people's real world experience on water, and I just wanted to throw that in there. Also worked with many of the folks who testified already, Aqua, et cetera, on helping to develop the state's water reuse policy way back in 2009. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. NRDC supports the draft regulation and its approach with some minor modifications. A year ago, Governor Newsom released the California Water Strategy to enable the state to thrive in a hotter, drier future. The strategy was framed in a manner that acknowledged the growing climate and water scarcity crisis in this state. 10% less water by the early 2040s, you've heard from Department of Water Resources, and that was based on the latest science. And a target of 500,000 acre-feet per year of conserved water by 2030 was also in that plan. The State Water Board staff has developed a comprehensive draft regulation designed to meet these targets to enable sustainable water management statewide in the next decade or so. You've heard all day about concerns about regulatory flexibility. I've been testifying in front of this board for over 30 years, and I've never seen more variances in a regulation in my life. The draft regulation has variances related to urban tree health, seasonal populations, low-income communities, establishing climate-ready landscapes, evaporative water coolers, irrigation using high TDS recycled water, special landscapes, urban agriculture, pools and spas, wildlife habitat, and my personal favorite, the llama variance. The flexibility in the regulation through the variance process is unprecedented. NRDC's concern is the need for verified and quantified demonstration of the need for variances. Some specific comments. Please use the non-functional turf definition and provisions in AB 1572. The language was carefully crafted and negotiated and agreed upon by a wide array of stakeholders. Also, NRDC opposes the variance provisions for the use of high TDS recycled water for irrigation. We are concerned about unintended consequences of incentivizing the use of high TDS recycled water and the potential aquifer and receiving water degradation from high use of these waters. There is a reason we negotiated the salt and nutrient management plan provision in the state's water reuse policy back in 2009. Although the draft regulation requires compliance with anti-degradation and salt and nutrient management plan requirements, incentivizing the use of salty water is risky. Besides, water reuse already gets a significant benefit in the regulations. And the third specific comment, please require water suppliers to ensure that low-income customers are informed and provided technical assistance to receive conservation benefits. I'll stop there since I ran out of time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. I really appreciate those points. Looking forward to written feedback here as well across, I know, a complex reg. It's hard to get all comments in 3 minutes, so just thanks for that, and thanks for hitting the highlights. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Metzger, followed by Bruce Camilos.
Thank you. Ashley Metzger here representing Desert Water Agency. I have Desert Water Agency's board president, Paul Ortega, with me as well. We appreciate the opportunity to be here and provide comments. Desert Water Agency has long-standing, well-used incentive programs for all things indoor and outdoor. We fund audits, education, regional and local outreach programs. We do serve Palm Springs, which is one of the hottest, driest urban communities in California, and are a tourism destination, but that tourism destination is served by a year-round low-wage workforce. We've made big strides and still have room to improve, but there's a limit to how much we can do without impacting the economy. Our primary concern is feasibility. The draft regulation is too stringent. The state's Estimations, which actually already include our seasonal population, have Desert Water Agency having to reduce 20% by 2025, 2 years from now, 30% by 2030, and 34% by 2035. We request that the State Water Board give more time for compliance and include a compliance range or data adjustment factor. For us to comply, it would equate to removing the largest park in our community 30 times over, or removing 22,000 front yards, which is more than we have, by the way. It would also mean a transition from a carrot-based approach on grass removal to a stick-based approach. So a standard less than 0.8 would really mean that residential grass isn't feasible. So we request that the State Water Board adopt and keep a landscape efficiency factor of 0.8. We also have more pools per capita than anywhere in the United States. So a temporary discounted factor does not make sense. We request a 1.0 factor for pools permanently. Other local factors that have not been accounted for in the regulation include dust, large fixed income senior population, and the fact that half of our service area is on federal reservation land. We have a large seasonal population. We're actually known for that, but because of the requirement, the threshold, we may not qualify for that variance. So we request that the board simplify alternative compliance, make it available right away instead of waiting until 2035, and remove the 5% threshold for any agency over its objective for variances. Conservation is a priority, but it's something that agencies balance with affordability, infrastructure investments, supply diversification. And with that, I just want to thank you, and I do want to note that we have worked with DWR and California Data Collaborative to figure out why our targets are so high. And we're still working to identify with that, what the problem is there, but we will look forward to working with your staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Ariel Flores, who will be followed by Bruce Camilos. And apologize, actually. Let me quickly go to Greg Bundenson. I know folks were going to start running up to people's time constraints. I would like for you to be able to communicate those without this getting incredibly messy for us, so as to, if you have them, be able to get to you. If you are all here and able to wait longer, then that's helpful. I know we'll quickly go to the platform here with Greg because I believe he flagged a need to speak before 5. Okay, and Greg might not be responding, so let's go ahead and go to Ariel Flores. Appreciate it, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, board. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ariel Flores. I am here representing the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And it really, truly is a pleasure to be here speaking on these regs. So as the largest urban retail water supplier in the state, representing about 10% of the state's population, LADWP holds water conservation and water use efficiency as foundational to building long-term resiliency in light of climate change. LADWP has a long history of implementing water conservation incentives and programs since the late 1970s across all of our customer sectors. And our successes with conservation programming has allowed the city of Los Angeles to reduce its water use by approximately 46% since from 1987 to today. Ultimately, our success comes not only from our willingness to invest in conservation resources, but also from the City of Los Angeles residents and businesses to demonstrate their interest in implementing behavioral change when it comes to water use. Currently, the proposed regulations establish progressive and aspirational timelines, near and long-term standards and performance measures, and LADWP has and will continue to support the State Board as it champions water conservation. However, the regulations as proposed should take into consideration the challenges of suppliers with long-standing conservation programs. Since 2010, LADWP has invested over $100 million in outdoor residential landscape transformation programs, resulting in approximately 53 million square feet of transformed landscape. Yet, as proposed, the long-term outdoor residential standard would require LADWP to transform over 260 million square feet within our service area by 2035. And to put that in context, this effort is about 4 times more than the work we've already done in about the same time frame to address components of the objective that constitute 80% of that budget, which is the residential sector. LADWP is committed to pursuing innovative program opportunities, such as our Landscape Efficiency Assistance Program, which will provide over $14 million in direct install funding from the Department of Water Resources for underserved communities to replace turf with sustainable landscapes, upgrade irrigation fixtures, and implement on-site stormwater features with an estimated replacement of about 1.75 million square feet over 3 years. In light of the challenges we face, along with the others you have and will continue to hear today, LADWP recommends that the board consider extending the proposed timelines that are currently in the draft text to additionally implement and expand funding and technical resource opportunities, and lastly, incorporate an objective adjustment factor for suppliers' water use objective that is based on historic water savings as measured by reductions relative to SPX 7-7 targets that also addresses intrinsic data errors and the reality of program implementation. Overall, LADWP looks forward to continue working with the board and board staff as we have during this whole process to develop those resources needed, promote funding, and implement meaningful programs to promote long-term customer behavioral change, and to truly make conservation a continued way of life, not only for Los Angeles, but the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate the leadership of LADWP and the continued engagement around this. And thank you for the patience today as well, Mr. Flores, and your comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Bruce Camulos, and then I think we have Greg Bundenson back on the platform.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Travis Franklin. I represent the Elk Grove Water District. I'm filling in for our General Manager, Bruce Camulos, who's ill today. It's been a long 5 years to get here, so I appreciate the opportunity to make these comments. The Elk Grove Water District is just south of Sacramento. We serve about 13,000 connections, mainly residential. We recognize that conservation, along with expanding water storage capacity and improving groundwater management, are important elements in the overall portfolio of water management in California. In fact, our customers have done an extraordinary job taking a conservation as a way of life attitude by reducing water use by over 30% since 2013. The State Water Board's proposed 2035 residential outdoor standard of 0.55 would require our customers to lower their water use by an additional 26% on top of what they've already been saved over the last decade. Water use objectives calculated from these parameters are unachievable even under ideal conditions. If landscape professionals cannot achieve them, it seems improbable that residents will attain this level of landscape efficiency. Our district urges the State Water Board to adopt regulations that incorporate a landscape efficiency factor of 0.63 and allow some percentage use of irrigable non-irrigated area for the 2035 standard. Our district also recommends allowing calendar year reporting and streamlining the reporting process. We already submit so much data in the reports. Let's use that information. Overall, we want these regulations to reflect what is actually possible for our district to implement and what our customers can achieve. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for yours as well. Really appreciate the participation and comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Armin Tarzi, be followed by Greg Bundenson on the platform in auto mode, and then we'll go to Armin Tarzi. So one moment, we'll go to our virtual Zoom platform commenter. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. I appreciate fitting me in at this point. And members of the board, thank you for allowing us to come out and engage with you today. We really appreciate the opportunity. So Sacramento Suburban Water District is a eastern suburb water district of Sacramento, serving a population of 194,444 people through 46,000 service connections. The district has always supported water conservation and use efficiency programs. We also support the state's effort to make conservation a way of life in California and value the approach taken and the engagement by State Water Board staff and DWR staff. After reviewing the proposed text of regulations, the district has the following comments. SSWD has been investing in water conservation and effective water supply management programs for decades. Our customers have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in conjunctive use and groundwater banking projects to leverage excess surface water in wet years and bank groundwater for dry years. These past and continued investments give the district the ability to meet 100% of our customer water demand in both normal and dry years. As proposed, these regulations diminish the value of the investments our customers have made in conjunctive use and effective water conservation programs over the past 3 decades. Like the financially burdensome emergency water conservation regulations of 2015 that required SSWD to reduce water use by 32% when SSWD's water supply was not impacted, the proposed regulation is on the same track to ignore effective water supply side management. But that hasn't stopped us from implementing a very progressive water use efficiency program. We offer water-wise house calls, leak investigations, and various rebates, including leak repair, water waste patrols, DIM assistance, installing 100% AMI, and this year completing a system-wide leak detection program. SSWD and its customers have succeeded in reducing per capita water demand by 29%. All of these efforts, and yet we find ourselves being out of compliance with the 2035 objective by more than 20%. The district feels our proposed 2035 objective and other CII program requirements are unachievable in 10 years without massive financial investments in outdoor water use efficiency measures that go beyond what is cost effective for SSWD and its low variable cost of water. The financial impact of these proposed regulations would burden SSWD's ratepayers substantially. Not only would meeting our proposed 2035 objective result in an estimated revenue loss of 20%, that would need to be recovered through rate increases just to remain whole, but the district would also have to increase its operations budget by 1,250%. Compliance with the proposed regulations would, because of reduced revenues and increased operational costs, result in an increase of water rates by up to 10%, which does not include increases for other operational costs and capital costs that will increase water rates over time. SSWD is a 44% disadvantaged community, and the implementation of the proposed objectives would impact water affordability for our most vulnerable customers. And according to the California Water Supply Strategy, water affordability is the key to ensuring the human right to water. So if affordability is an important aspect of this regulation, it is falling short of achieving that goal. In light of this, SSWD has the following recommendations for the board's consideration. The 0.55 LEF seems more like a gold standard for outdoor water use that goes beyond efficiency. It's unrealistic to expect normal everyday customers to achieve this level of outdoor water use when landscape installation and maintenance professionals would have a difficult time achieving it. SSWD recommends removing the 0.55 from 2035 and keeping the LEF at 0.63 going forward from 2030. Include pools and outdoor, next recommendation include pools in the outdoor water conservation standards. Getting homeowners to purchase and use pool covers is difficult. And if you do have a customer that participates in a rebate, there's a probability the cover will not be used during the summer when the pool is being used daily. Next recommendation is to keep the inclusion of 20% INI through 2035. Remove effective rainfall altogether from the ET calculation, or only use effective rainfall that falls during the typical irrigation season of May through October. Allow for reporting on a calendar year. Include bonus incentives for agencies investing in conjunctive use in groundwater banking, and extend the compliance period by 5 years. Thank you very much, and we'll be submitting a detailed letter with specific language provision changes. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Bundenson. Appreciate the comments. Now I'd like to go to Armin Tarzi, will be followed by Chris Nelson, and then Chelsea Haynes.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and distinguished members of the board. My name is Armin Tarzi. I'm the head of government and public affairs for Harupa Community Services District in Riverside County. We provide services that include water and wastewater to over 130,000 residents in Eastvale and Harupa Valley. It's a privilege to be here today. We thank you for your leadership over a host of issues that have come up over the past several years, and of course your staff's professionalism and responsiveness. JCSD is a strong advocate for water conservation. We have a robust conservation program. We have allocated funds. We have a very robust educational initiatives for both youth and adults. And we've supplemented those conservation efforts with financial incentives. Those include a $3 per square foot turf rebate on top of Metropolitan's $2 per square foot. We have a fix-a-leak program where we'll help our customers fix leaks up to a certain amount, water audit programs, and other rebate programs as well. In addition to these conservation measures, we've taken very proactive steps with our infrastructure. We're currently embarking on our regional recycled water project, which the state is supporting as well, and we have several forward-thinking capital improvement projects. All this has led to great success at JCSD. Since 2013, we've seen a population increase about 17% in our service area. At that same period, we've seen a decrease in water usage of about 18 to 19%. So it really shows a testament to the success of our program. The framework under discussion today does pose significant challenges and feasibility issues to agencies like JCSD. We do support the principles and thought behind conservation as a way of life, but the aggressive timeline and implementation risks the regulation's viability long-term because really we're relying on long-term customer behavioral changes. The efficiency standard is not only aggressive for agencies like ours, but all agencies in inland regions, which I know has been extensively discussed today. Agencies such as JCSD in these inland regions would have to scale programming to unprecedented levels and cost while still being at risk at not meeting the objectives in the framework. Furthermore, our service area includes significant disadvantaged communities, and these regulations would necessitate significant financial investments from both the water agencies and those in the disadvantaged community. It's difficult to understand how we can expect those struggling in our community to now prioritize updating their appliances and putting in new landscaping to meet these standards. Simply put, the highly disadvantaged and rural communities will bear the brunt of these costs. The water community stood behind the concept of conservation as a way of life with flexibility to local community needs. We asked the board to reconsider how this is being implemented and to really prioritize flexibility moving forward than it was initially envisioned. We'll be providing written comment with actual detailed recommendations to the board, and I really thank you for consideration of all our comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments and sticking with us through today and participating in this discussion. It's appreciated, Mr. Tarzi. Next, I'd like to call Chris Nelson, followed by Chelsea Haynes, and then Nate Adams.
Thank you very much for having me here today. Appreciate you, the whole board here being late and everyone here being late and listening to our comments. So I am Chris Nelson. I represent the city of Lincoln, which operates and maintains a community water system that serves a population of about 50,000 customers within Placer County. We thank the board again for the opportunity to come and be part of this final part of the process. The city of Lincoln is committed to long-term water efficiency. We have achieved significant reductions in overall demand over the past 10 years. We continue to invest in smart irrigation, AMI meter technology for improved water management, customer engagement, and leak detection. We continue to invest in comprehensive capital improvement projects to replace infrastructure which has exceeded its useful lives, and it does actually result in true reductions in water losses. Lincoln supports a realistic, achievable approach to water use efficiency and believes that all Californians play a part in reducing their water use, especially in face of ongoing droughts. That said, we do have significant concerns with the regulations as they are written. If approved as is, the proposed regulations will cost the city of Lincoln an estimated $1.5 million to implement annually, with the majority of this cost passed on to our customers through rate increases. The cost to implement the regulation is regressive in nature, and that demonstrates an inverse relationship of water affordability versus implementing stringent water conservation regulations. The resulting higher cost of water will be felt most by those customers that currently struggle to pay their water bills. As the price tag to implement the conservation regulation increases, the cost not only is passed on to our customers in the form of rate increases, but also has that potential, and I've seen this happen before, of deferred maintenance, loss of city services, deferred city services, deferred capital improvement projects, and it is real. It's happened. I've seen conservation programs cause other conservation programs to be eliminated. The City of Lincoln is greatly concerned that the cost to implement the regulation will strain our relationship with our most valuable stakeholders, our customers. As the water use goes down, rate revenues requirements go up, the perception is that customers inevitably pay more for less. There are still unresolved data quality issues also with the information used by the state to calculate estimated objective budgets, including incorrect population data. This is still incorrect, even though we have submitted multiple times through annual reports the correct population data. Those are the kind of things that we're noticing in some of the data issues that we, when we're going through the regulations. As demonstrated in the annual, all right, you know what? As demonstrated in the annual water supply shortage
It's okay,
reports,
keep going.
Appreciate it. Our annual water supply assessments that we're required to do each year, even with unconstrained demand taken into account, we could still meet those demands. And this is something that's required for us every year to make sure that we're meeting our objectives and we can actually give our customers the water they need. We do this without stringent water conservation regulations and programs. Our customers are there, they're able to reduce the water use. They're willing to participate. Lastly, the City of Lincoln just requests that this regulation not be adopted until data inconsistencies are addressed. The Water Board considers water supplier concerns, the requested changes that you hear today and read in the forthcoming comment letters are incorporated into the regulations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Knowlton. Next, I'd like to call up Chelsea Haynes, who followed by Nate Adams.
Mayor Esquivel, may I add some comments to respond to?
Sure. Quickly, let me see.
I'll just be very quick, but I wanted to point our friend from the City of Lincoln to page 24 of our initial statement of reasons. We've included a lot of studies that have demonstrated the exact opposite of what you said, which is showing that conservation in the long run helps to save customers money. And so information that you could bring to help us understand otherwise, I think would be helpful, but a lot of the work that has been done has shown exactly the opposite of what you had just stated.
Thank you, Ms. Ely.
Well, I can't help it.
Vice Chair.
Okay. I think it isn't the information in the analysis looking at it statewide.
The analyses that I'm speaking about were done independently for communities like the city of Los Angeles, Gilbert, Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, Westminster, Colorado. These were studies that were done by the Alliance of Water Efficiency over several decades to show the cost effectiveness of conservation.
Okay, I'll take a look at it as well, yeah. I think looking specifically at some of these smaller communities, but I'll take a look, thanks.
Yeah, and that's why I do appreciate Ms. Ely's request to get some additional data from folks like the City of Lincoln. It sounds like, some of these other studies may have been on some of the larger systems out there, so. Ms. Haynes.
And sorry, I can't help myself either. So just some clarification on, there's the long-term benefits and cost savings that might be realized from the water use efficiency regulations, but there's certainly a short-term implementation cost that's upfront. And so for me, thinking about these smaller communities and that upfront investment that they have to make does have immediate short-term impacts on their rates. And so I'm just trying to better understand that dynamic and how that will work, because that's one area I'm really focused on, is that upfront short-term implementation for those systems that have a long way to go.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And also, I did appreciate the data on rates from the systems that we saw, and didn't want to call out at the moment, but interestingly, it seems, in some of the higher end users, you're actually paying less per unit than someone just doing, their amounts. So I think the affordability discussion and how this all factors in will be important amongst it. So thank you, board member. Ms. Haynes.
Hi, good evening. I think I get to be the first person to say that. My name is Chelsea Haynes. I'm the Regulatory Relations Manager for the Association of California Water Agencies, and appreciate the long day and opportunity for everyone to provide comments. I'd like to acknowledge State Water Board, ORPP team. They've been recently engaging with us on the draft regulations and helping clarify intent, which has been very helpful. And I just want to recognize all of the water suppliers that have been providing comments and trying to understand this and be really constructive and offer their assistance. And I would just urge the board to keep an open mind and open ears today to the concerns being raised. Obviously, you're hearing a lot of concerns, but also I think maybe what you're not seeing is that we're working really hard on solutions. And so Aqua's plan, and President Tobin mentioned this, is that we're going to be providing pretty extensive comments on October 17th, and that will include red line recommendations. I think with that, I also ask for trust from you all that the intent of the red lines is not to undermine the intent of the regulation. There's parts where we'll try to be surgical at improving on-the-ground implementation, especially I think you've heard pieces related to CII performance measures and some of the technical elements. And then there are some larger policy questions where I'm still interested in understanding where the board is on some of these things that just are unclear to me if there's a recognition based on the comments that there's an openness for change. So specifically, there's some larger policy discussions that we're having around the red lines. And I think you've heard several of them alluded to today. One of them is related to the timeline. And I would like to have a really honest discussion around 2025 compliance and the expectation that water suppliers are going to be able to hit the ground running, both with the water use objective and the CII performance measures. And I know that there's enforcement discretion, and I know that civil penalties can't be issued until 2027, but I think the goal of this is compliance and successful water use efficiency, not enforcement discretion. So what we're looking at and talking about is pushing back 2025 outdoor water use standards, 2020-30 and 2035, to give suppliers meaningful time to budget, hire, analyze cost-effective programs, implement those, educate customers, right? That's a really large piece of this. And then for the CII performance measures, unstacking some of the performance measures that are currently stacked on top of each other. So allowing 5 years for CII classification, allow DWR to provide improved landscape area measurement data. And after that, the second 5 years would be focused on the mixed-use meter conversion provisions and BMP implementation. So maybe taking the pressure off of us accomplishing everything in 5 years and allowing suppliers to spread resources out to implement CII provisions and plan for the water use objective. And I don't think that undermines long-term water use efficiency. If anything, that will support like well-designed programs that can achieve multi-benefits. We're also talking about compliance and what does compliance look like, and the request for an alternative compliance objective, or what we're calling a reasonable alternative objective. That is, in addition to just 5 years, if you're a supplier with a very significant lift, is the expectation to achieve that, or is there a pathway? And then in addition to the compliance with an alternative, variances that would provide technical assistance to suppliers to get variances, reduce the burden of getting variances. The annual request for variances with the data burden is pretty significant, so shifting that out to a 5-year annual request, and shifting the 5% threshold for each variance to 5% total aggregate. There's been discussion around data limitations. Is it okay if I use one more minute? Yeah.
It'll be quick.
Yeah, so data limitations. So if we could recognize that there are data limitations, and like water loss include a data adjustment factor that is part of the compliance range, I think that would help alleviate some of the issues around data. And we would support something in the ultimate resolution that would include an advisory group review of data and technology that would help inform. And I think Vice Chair Diadamo's concerns with a one-time adoption, I think how would we build in flexibility to the reg if we find that there are significant data issues that could change reasonable targets? And finally, just the last point is how do we better align this with the local and regional successes that are already occurring rather than causing duplication or recreating the wheel? And I think specifically to the CII performance measures, and there's a lot of opportunity there. And just noticeably absent still is a commitment from the state in partnership to achieving these regulations. And so what will financial assistance and technical assistance look like? So we're open to, you will submit red lines. We recognize that those may not be the end goal, but I think it's the beginning of a dialogue that allows us to continue to work through some of these in a tangible way. We welcome different partners at the table on that, and we really want to continue to be able to engage with State Water Board staff and the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. I appreciate it. I know it's been years of engagement and discussion with staff. This isn't necessarily the start, but continue to commit ourselves to the work, so thank you. Mr. Adams, good to see you again.
Am I the first two-timer now? Nate Adams, Santa Margarita Water District, Director of Water Resiliency. And just to follow on a couple points briefly, since I had a nice allotment of time earlier this morning, wanted to bring to attention and appreciate the fact that recycled water, particularly recycled water for dedicated irrigation meters, is given the important 1.0 factor for a myriad of reasons. But we would ask that the board consider hard coding that 1.0 in for recycled water. The way the legislation reads, specifically section 968 and further down in the text, there is a provision in there that recycled water as a special landscape area would need to be asked for and approved every year. I'm not sure if that's the intent of the board, to have a recycled water potentially in jeopardy. And so we need assurances. Let's protect recycled water investments now, prior investments, and future investments, please. On the topic of CII, there's a lot that we can all do to help each other move the needle in terms of cost-effective, meaningful water savings and approaches to it. So let me give you an example. CII, as I showed you our pie chart, represents 5% of our water use. Spread that 5% of water use across 20 buckets, right? Go achieve 20% savings of the 20%, that 5% over 20 buckets. We're chasing the law of diminishing returns here. And so we ask that give us the ability to know where our water use is and how to cost effectively go achieve the savings that we all need. I'll end with, we have plenty of data to share and more insight into how and why it's very tough to arrive at what is efficient outdoor water use, right? There's a lot to unpack in all of it. It's the fun of that aspect of this job. I do ask, though, that there is an appreciation for, there is a margin of error when we're building in what is efficient outdoor water use. And it's going to have ramifications every year when different agencies come to the table and provide water use data against the budget given. And if they're over by 3%, I don't know if that's really a black mark. Are they achieving, are they on a trend of water savings? Is it a reasonable amount? And let's get there and not be so focused on a de facto number with no margin of error, understood, communicated, articulated. I think that's what's going to move us forward. And we look forward to those dialogues and continued iteration of this regulation. Thank you.
Also looking forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next, I'd like to call up Tony Ferenzi, who followed by Rosario Cortez.
I think we've reached the point of saying good evening, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for holding this hearing today and listening to our collective testimony. I'm Tony Ferenzi, representing Placer County Water Agency. My comments will be brief. California has already achieved, in fact, we've exceeded the objective intended for this regulation. DWR reports a 32% reduction in our water use statewide already. That's not to say that PCWA isn't committed to water use efficiency. We have an EPA WaterSense Award-winning program. We were the first in the Sacramento region to comply with the Urban Water Conservation Council's BMPs, and we've complied with every regulation since. We are true believers in all of this. But the stringent nature of the proposed regulation would cost our water customers an additional $3 million every year by tripling our current water efficiency program. And I assure you, regardless of what you've heard, it is a cost, not a savings. You have to get into the details and you have to understand, how does a water agency run? How do our budgets run? Who are the beneficiaries of these different outcomes? And who are bearing the costs? Those are the details that matter when it comes to truly understanding benefits and costs. 90% of our operating costs are fixed, including our water efficiency program. And we have no choice but to put the additional financial burden of these regulations onto that same water efficiency program. So our water customers' bills will go up. There's no doubt about it. In addition to the increased water rates, our customers would suffer the cost of lost landscaping and trees, even though we are already meeting the objective by demonstrating 32% reduction statewide. There's been credible studies and plenty of examples today that you've heard validating these impacts to PCWA and how they scale up statewide, and disproportionately hurt our disadvantaged communities. So what PCWA is asking you is that this regulation not be adopted until the costs and the benefits are understood by the Water Board with reliable information. Thank you very much.
You as well. Next, I'd like to call up Rosario Cortez. And yeah, I'm trying to prioritize folks that are in the room, but I'll follow my list here, and then we'll go to Paul Helliker, who's joined us virtually. Ms. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Rosario Cortez, Manager for Regulatory Affairs for Water Reuse California. Thank you for the opportunity to address you and your patience in being here with us through the evening. We appreciate the board's support of recycled water and potable reuse as a critical water supply for California. It's a key resource for diversifying local supplies and improving the state's long-term water resilience. Increasing its use is a goal of the governor's water supply strategy. That being said, we have some recommendations to ensure that this regulation can be implemented on the ground, recognizing the decades of planning and local ratepayer investments. Number one, special landscape areas should not be treated as a variance. The current draft regs treat landscapes irrigated with recycled water similar to a variance or temporary provision, subject to the same extensive annual reporting requirements contained in Section 968I, and specifically subject it to annual approval or a denial by the state board for inclusion into an agency's water use objective. We believe there should be a completely separate section addressing SLAs where the Water Board reviews and confirms SLA total acreage submitted by agencies every 5 years or annually if that acreage changes. If no change, then every 5 years would be the marker. This should be on the same schedule as DWR provides updated landscape measurement data to water agencies. We have actually already provided the red line strikeouts to state board staff and appreciate that they are aware of this request and offer our time and expertise to find a path forward in the draft that is to come. Regarding the potable reuse bonus incentive, we recommend adding direct potable reuse for the future, as was mentioned earlier. And Water Reuse California is supportive of the section concerning the whole incentive. Since the direct potable reuse regs are not complete, a process for calculating a bonus incentive for DPR projects has not been developed, as it has for other types of potable reuse. We recommend that the adopting resolution or other supporting documents indicate that this will need to be developed for DPR projects once the regulations are completed and adopted. Regarding the SB 1157 standard, we look forward to continuing to work on a recycled water variance provision process with State Board staff, as noted in Governor Newsom's Senate Bill 1157 signing message. We absolutely share the governor's desire to, quote, reflect local investments in recycled water and infrastructure. We want to really thank State Board staff for the language they included in the draft reg on page 10. Because recycled water is a permanent and long-term investment, and because the indoor water use is the source water for recycled water systems, we have also submitted some suggested edits to the text and remain available to find a path forward on that as well. And such a provision would apply on a case-by-case basis to urban retail water suppliers that can demonstrate that the indoor standards are negatively impacting cost-effective recycled water operations, infrastructure, or permit compliance. Regarding the high total dissolved solids variance, the high TDS, the variance approval process in section 968I is extremely detailed and will require much agency and state board staff time to review and approve each variance. So we recommend that all variances should last for 5 years rather than the 1 year. And additionally, we recommend that technical assistance be made available to agencies. Lastly, we appreciate section 969A5 of the draft reg that states that special landscape areas shall have a landscape efficiency factor of 1.0. We request the section clearly state that CII DIMs irrigated with recycled water are SLAs with a factor of 1.0 rather than through a reference to section 491, the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, since AMWILO is subject to change independent of this state board process. We absolutely share your commitment to climate resilient water sources, and we look forward to working with the state board and their staff on these issues to ensure cost-effective and real-world impacts to conservation are realized. Thank you for your time and consideration. And additionally, regarding the SB 1157, Jared with CASA wanted me to echo Water Reuse California's comments on the SB 1157 process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Appreciate the feedback here and the continued engagement around this. The water recycling work is exciting and glad to make all of this consistent across it. Next, I'd like to call up Paul Helliker, who will be followed by Josh Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had offered to go after, but I'll be quick. I'm Paul Helliker, General Manager of San Juan Water District. We're a wholesaler and a retailer in the Sacramento and Placer counties. We've been working on conservation for many years now, and during the past 20 years, we've seen demand drop by 30% within our retail and our wholesale areas, so we've invested heavily. I support the previous comments that various speakers have made about the cost, feasibility, and timing, and recommend their recommendations. I'll make a couple quick points. We were part of a joint letter that we submitted in March, and we noted that the regulations do not follow the law, and they create more onerous restrictions than those specified in the statute. And this problem continues in the draft regulations. The statute states that the outdoor standard shall apply to irrigable areas, but the draft regulations limit that applicability to only those areas shown as irrigated in DWR's aerial survey that was conducted in 2018. The legislation also does not allow the board to adopt multiple standards over time, as is proposed in the regulations. It specified that authority to adopt future standards had to be approved by the legislature. The proposed requirement the water suppliers ban the irrigation of non-functional turf in 2025 also exceeds the board's authority. With respect to costs, the standardized regulatory impact analysis estimates that the regulations will impose at least $13 billion in costs on California residents and businesses, and even those costs are significantly understated, as noted in a recent report by MQ. More significantly, the $15 billion in projected benefits not only double counted $4.5 billion in cost shifts, but the remaining $10.5 billion in benefits is estimated from projected reduction of that is associated with water purchase cost reductions. MQ used a sales weighted adjustment to the average cost to get a more accurate statewide picture, and their result was a 50% reduction in the benefits calculated in the SRIA. I've looked at the data for our retail water providers, and the reduced water purchase costs would only be approximately 25% of the figure used by the SRIA. So as wholesale water agencies adjust rates to ensure their fixed costs remain funded, the actual reduction in water purchase costs are likely to be closer to the figures in our rates, which are based upon 75% fixed charges. And this is all in the context of saving maybe 1 to 1.5% of the total agricultural and urban use in 2035. Thank you for the opportunity to give comments.
And thank you for those comments, Mr. Helliker. Next, I'd like to call up Josh Watkins, who'll be followed by Richard Wilson.
Thank you. Josh Watkins, Water Manager for the City of Redding. I'm going to hit the highlights. I have similar comments to the City or Town of Lincoln and honestly, all of the other previous water agencies and the associations. Brief stats on Reading: 150 miles north of here, 90,000 people, 30,000 connections, 60 square miles. We're kind of a rural, relatively rural urban agency, so we're stretched out. So we have larger lots, we have more pipelines, we have more, that means more infrastructure and water loss. So just things we deal with. We have a very plentiful rainfall in the winter. We're right below Shasta Dam on the Sacramento River, but that doesn't help in the summer. We have a very hot climate, 30 days over 100 degrees, sometimes over 110 degrees. And we are also disadvantaged, 73% of the state annual MHI. So, saying all that, our water use in 2023 was the same as it was 30 years ago. Our population has increased 20% over that time. So effectively, we're already saving 20%. We're saving 30% since 2008, which was our high water mark, pun intended, of water use. And I just have a little visual aid here. We talked about the coastal areas and the Central Valley. So this is 2035 data. The greens are below 10%, 5 and 10%. The yellows, 20%, or 10 to 20%, and the red is over 20% conservation that's needed. So my point there is, I understand there's net evapotranspiration factors and references, and it's supposed to equal and normalize everything. But if you look at the areas that need the biggest cuts, they're inland, they're in the valley, and they're up north where we are. And those are also, as we've mentioned, the disadvantaged areas. So that definitely needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you, Vanna. We would effectively, with the city of Reading, we need a 22% cut in 2025, so it would be in a perpetual state of drought going forward. In 2022, at the end of this previous drought, we were using, we had 20% conservation, so effectively we would be in that, I say, artificial drought every year. So, and there's no question that our rates would have to go up because for revenue coming in, the denominator in our equation is how much water that we sell. So that would be very difficult to make up. We're going to submit written comments. So we've talked about unintended consequences, financial impact, and cost of compliance. As written, the regulation is unattainable for a disadvantaged community like us. We need variances, bonus incentives, but they can't be burdensome and only last a year. We need more resources, and we need better data. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the great quick summary and engagement in all this, Mr. Watkins. Next, I'd like to call up Richard Wilson, who will be followed by Norman Huff.
Thank you very much. I feel very ill-prepared. I don't have any charts or graphs. My name is Richard Wilson. I'm the Assistant General Manager for Water Systems at Burbank Water and Power. I'll be quick. I'm not going to read what I have here, but just so you know, Burbank, we have about 105,000 people, over 17 square miles. We have no water rights at all. In 2020, we reduced our water use to 20% below the per capita water use target of 155 gallons per capita per day, and since then, we've been able to reduce even further than that. Our residents have done a fantastic job reducing their water use. We get all of our water from the Metropolitan Water District. It's all 100% imported. And some of that water we store in the San Fernando groundwater basin. And part of that basin is a Superfund site. So we have to pull that water out of the Superfund site. So my concern is that the mandated reductions in water use could be at odds with the EPA's order to maximize the pumping and use of groundwater for the cleanup effort. We have to pump that water out of the ground, we treat it, we clean it, and we deliver it to our customers. And we need to do that as much as possible to contain the contamination plume under Burbank and also to reduce the amount of contamination. So I'd like the board to understand that this could factor into our ability to comply with the water use efficiency requirements, and that having an impaired water source makes Burbank a uniquely disadvantaged community, and that a special variance for removing groundwater contamination from the environment should be considered. We have to pump as much of that water out of the ground as possible. Second, we have a robust economy, and as a result, our population doubles during the day due to the influx of commuters into Burbank. How will the daily population influx and the resulting increase in water use be considered in determining the GPCD figure? Which data is relevant and how will it be used? Broader guidance needs to be provided to ensure that numbers are not skewed disproportionately in an effort to develop a one-size-fits-all approach. Third, Burbank is under a mandate to build more housing, and our population will increase as we build another 12,000 units over the next 10 years. That puts the burden on us to be very careful as we review and issue building permits to ensure that as each development is completed, it does not put further strain on subsequent projects that have to pick up the slack to comply with efficiency targets despite the state-mandated growth. It will introduce uncertainty into the development process. We're already facing aging infrastructure and economic pressures that are driving up our water and electric rates. Inflation in the utility industry is well in excess of the inflation rate for consumer goods. We believe in conservation. However, we need to be careful about how we go about it so that the cost of compliance does not make it more difficult to minimize rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Next, I'd like to call up Norman Huff, who will be followed by Chad Reed, and then John Norwood.
Thank you, Board Chair and Board. I'm Norman Huff. I'm the Assistant General Manager at Camarosa Water District in Ventura County. We've come to address the Board because we're concerned that the proposed regulation may hinder regional water efficiency efforts and penalize those who have already made conservation a way of life. Since 2014, we've achieved a 35% reduction in total water use through innovative water use efficiencies and conservation measures. We've invested millions in diverse and efficient water sources. We have secured new, non-potable, and recycled sources that are sold to agricultural water districts in exchange for groundwater basin credits to extract potable water for residential customers. It's a little complex. We've developed new customers for recycled treated wastewater. We've reclaimed previously unusable brackish water through RO treatment. We've developed these supplies and separate distribution systems to deliver them in order to reduce our potable water use and reduce dependence on imported water, thus doing our part to reduce the strain on an already taxed state water system. We are contemplating further projects to further reclaim and increase the beneficial uses of recycled and non-potable water. However, the caps in the proposed regulation disincentivize this by only incentivizing the use of recycled water and restricting the use of potable water, even if that potable water was originally non-potable or recycled water. Additionally, many of our efficient water use and conservation initiatives predate 2020, potentially skewing this benchmark in the regulation. This benchmark assumes inefficiencies in 2020, despite our long-standing focus on water use efficiency. We are advocating for the state to model a truly balanced, all of the above approach. The proposed regulation leans too far into conservation to solve the state's water issues. We must urge equal emphasis on storage expansion and new supply development. Voters approved billions in water storage bonds in 2014. Still, almost a decade later, there's no significant additional storage. Californians were extremely disappointed to learn that despite the funding they provided years earlier, much of the abundant water received in this last winter's precipitation was lost forever due to the shortfalls in the state's aging storage and conveyance infrastructure. In conclusion, we encourage the Board to reassess how to reward suppliers who pursue innovative solutions rather than punish them with a one-size-fits-all mandate. The Board should also pursue storage expansion and new supply development with the same vigor it does conservation mandates. Perhaps tie conservation mandates to a requirement for the state to increase water storage by the same percentage. Maybe that regulation can be called making infrastructure investment a California way of life. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I know we don't have time to address everyone's comments here and there, but I did want to note this last year the Board was able to authorize 1.2 million acre feet worth of groundwater recharge, and that's not the end of our goals, but being able to do that in a single year was not insignificant. But I appreciate your comments, and at least when it comes to Prop 1 dollars, I hear the frustration and the talking points around the storage dollars there. All the money this board received is out the door. It's in recycling projects. It's out benefiting the state. So I want to make sure that Californians that are listening in have faith actually that all those dollars have been spent. And yes, there is a discussion, complex one, around large storage projects, but try not to get us too far afield. Thank you very much, Mr. Huff. Next, I'd like to call up Chad Reed, who followed by John Norwood.
Thank you, Your Honorable Chair and members of the board and staff. I feel like this has been a really beneficial day, even though it's been a long day, so thank you. My name is Chad Reed. I'm the Water Utility Director for Truckee Donner Public Utility District. We're a small mountain community near Lake Tahoe. We serve about 14,000 connections. The district was founded in 1927, and over the years, and through the growth and consolidation, we've inherited an overall water distribution system with mixed ages and designs. As a district, we support conservation and operating as efficiently and prudently as possible. This includes decades of both customer-focused conservation efforts and collaborative stewardship of the local water resources, from AMI metering systems to, even more recently, satellite-based leak detection. With the support of the overall goal of the regulation, we support the overall goal of the regulation and have actively participated with written and oral comments in the meetings with the State Water Board staff to ensure the district's concerns have been noted and recognized throughout the entire process. Despite our genuine efforts, the regulation as proposed presents noteworthy challenges to local water agencies in the community of Truckee Donner. These challenges, as currently drafted, would require significant reduction on a community that has extremely limited non-functional turf and non-lavish ornamental landscapes, which has presented TDPUD with the limited opportunities for cost-effective water loss reduction. However, we have an aging system that we know has leaks, and we are going as efficiently and economically possible to repair this leaking system. The district has established a pattern of spending millions of dollars on replacing aging mains and laterals in preparation for this regulation. The significant investment should be compared to a total budget of only $12 million. TDPUD is asking for the following considerations. Listen to the water community experts of AQUA, AWWA, CMUA, which represent a significant percentage of the water utilities and have significant expertise. The economic model used to determine cost-effectiveness of this regulation needs to be able to consider unique cases like Truckee Donner PUD, a smaller, older utility with significant challenges to replace their system to comply with this regulation, while the system does not currently qualify for most financial assistance programs. The final regulation must accurately account for populations for communities with significant transient populations. A majority of the water connections in the Truckee Donner are second homeowners and used as short-term rental properties. Truckee's full-time population in the last census was about 17,000. But as a resort destination, we routinely experience populations around 50,000 on holidays and large weekends. The current regulation relies on population to determine the compliance and needs to consider actual documented population. Thanks again. We remain available to work with the board and staff to create a working regulation that will meet the goals of the water conservation as a way of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I appreciate you being here today and participating in the discussion. I know, as you said, it's been a long day, and I agree with you. It's been incredibly worthwhile to hear from everyone. So thank you for providing your perspective here. And like I said, a lot more work, so looking forward to that with you there. Mr. Norwood.
Good evening. My name is John Norwood. I'm representing the California Pool and Spa Association. I'm also making comments today on behalf of the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance and the International Hot Tub Association. CPSA is a statewide trade association representing swimming pool and spa builders, subcontractors, manufacturers of pool and spa equipment, pool chemicals, pool maintenance and repair companies, consultants, and architects. The swimming pool and spa business has an economic impact of over $5 billion annually in the state of California. We employ well over 50,000 individuals. The industry consists of over 10,000 small businesses, and we serve over 1.3 million homeowners in the state that have pools. CPSA is opposed to how these regulations treat pools. We believe that the proposed regulations target the pool industry and endanger the future of our industry. Moreover, we believe the regulations have the potential of placing over 1.3 million homeowners in California in the position of having a swimming pool that they cannot maintain or use and a home that they cannot sell because their pool becomes an attractive nuisance or a public hazard. To comply with these regulations, we believe water suppliers may well be put in the position of discouraging Californians from building new swimming pools within a decade of implementation. California law requires a regulatory impact assessment of any major regulations. There have been no consideration of how these regulations would affect the swimming pool and spa industry. Moreover, there has been no debate at the elected official or legislative level that would justify regulations developed that target this industry. There's been no stakeholder outreach to the swimming pool and spa industry. The economic impact analysis that was done simply ignores the economic consequences to our industry. It does not address the statewide economic impact, the effect on over 10,000 small businesses, the effect on over 50,000 jobs, the sales tax, permit fees, income or property taxes paid by our industry, our customers, or the businesses that supply our industry. Now, the regulatory impact cites the elimination of turf as the #1 goal in achieving the successful implementation of making water conservation a way of life. The installation of a swimming pool most often replaces turf. That's why studies have shown that the installation of an average-sized swimming pool saves over 30,000 gallons of water annually over the landscape the pool most often replaces. This because the average 400 to 500 square foot swimming pool project includes 2 to 4 times the surface area of the pool in hardscape. That hardscape in the form of a patio, outside kitchen, barbecue area, fire pit, or sports court is forever removed from irrigation. There's no consideration of these regulations of the impact of the overall pool project on landscaping or outdoor water use. You saw earlier today a picture of from one of your panelists of a pool project that was done in Roseville. That pool was a 600 square foot pool. I would estimate by the picture there's probably 1,800 to 2,000 square feet of that project that was hardscape. The elimination of that from irrigation made possible the rest of that project even having the opportunity to meet Muello. And so that project probably saves 40,000 gallons of water annually based on the landscape it's replacing. That's next year, the year after that, the year after that, the year after that. If you take an average of 13,000 pools installed annually, they're going to save 30,000 gallons per year. From that year, you're looking at 100,000 acre feet of water a year. Next year, the year after, and the year after, and the year after. So those are the kinds of things I think you have to take into consideration. We're more than happy to have a discussion. We think there are other alternatives as well. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Norwood. And, do hopefully not feel that the industry isn't being targeted here. The variance that we're trying to develop at least shows, again, an opportunity to discuss. So I appreciated the information. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call Baron Sass. And I know, again, in my list here, I have some folks on the remote platform. If you're on the remote platform and you do have a time constraint, go ahead and raise your platform, but I'm going to prioritize otherwise everyone in the room just because folks are here in person. So just comment for everyone generally. Ms. Sass.
Thank you, Chair and Board, for listening and being open to our comments and suggestions to make the proposed regulations more feasible. I have some good news in that I combined my comments with our General Manager, so you have one less speaker. My name is Erin Sassy, and I'm the Government Relations Officer for the Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. We believe that the regulations as drafted are not attainable in the time allotted or with the resources available, and the downstream impacts will create more harm than good. EVMWD provides service to approximately 160,000 people, with 1/3 of its parcels in disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities. Agencies such as EVMWD has significantly invested in upgrading wastewater and recycled water facilities as a local and resilient source of water. Our GPCD numbers have seen a 50% reduction in the last 12 years while supporting 15% growth in this same time frame. Less water used in the home means less water flowing and pushing urban waste through the sewers. This reduced flow will result in increased maintenance costs and higher costs to treat the sewage as the infrastructure is not designed for higher increases in solids. Additionally, less recycled water means there is less water for irrigating parks, replenishing groundwater, and discharging treated flows to rivers and lakes to keep them vibrant for fish and our wildlife. Specifically, less recycled water will adversely impact the environment in our service territory because we discharge highly treated recycled water into Lake Elsinore, as well as a wetland behind our plant. Lake Elsinore is similar to the Salton Sea as it is a significantly impaired inland water body. If we are unable to discharge this treated water, it will impact the water levels of the lake, which may create environmental and health problems for the community and the wildlife that depend on it. Some additional concerns that we have are that the proposed regulations may be in violation of Prop 218 by stating suppliers must dedicate funding to climate-ready landscapes and 40% of that to disadvantaged communities, and requiring suppliers to hire 1 FTE. This will have significant costs to smaller agencies who are already struggling, especially as additional staff may be necessary to meet the other requirements in the regulations. And we are also facing new regulations like PFAS treatment. Additionally, the regulations may lead to abandoned, underutilized, and stranded infrastructure, which ultimately costs more in the long run because it still needs to be maintained. Rather than continue to require onerous regulations, we ask that the state focus on investing in new supplies, storage, conveyance, infrastructures that will serve current and future customers for years to come. Furthermore, we ask that the board staff work with the water agencies and other water experts who understand the impacts these proposed regulations pose and to draft useful and effective regulations that won't force us to put the burden on our customers and especially our disadvantaged communities. Thank you for your time. I know it has been a long day.
No, thank you for yours. I appreciate that, Mrs. Sassy, and just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up, apologize, let me make sure I'm in my list right, Peter Martin. And I see a couple hands up on the platform, so I will be getting to you folks here in a moment. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Peter Martin. I'm the Deputy Director of Water Resources for the City of Santa Rosa's Water Department. You heard from my colleague today in one of the panels, so I will be very surgical with my comments and try to be brief. I just, we work very closely with our regional partners in the Sonoma-Marin Saving Water Partnership. I think everyone here is aware that it consists of 13 public water suppliers in Sonoma and Marin counties. And we work in a strategically unified way to make urban water use efficiency a keystone of our water management strategy in the Russian River watershed. I do want to note, too, that several members of Santa Rosa Water have spent multiple years providing input to the Department of Water Resources and various technical working groups and investigations throughout this process over the years. We believe that they resulted in a framework that the state board can continue to work and through with the department and staff here too as well. It was the intent of those 2018 conservation legislation to build on those lessons learned from previous drought responses and avoid mandates that fail to reflect California's varied meteorological conditions and regionally specific characteristics. But we do believe that as what is being proposed today and the proposed regulatory framework does lack some flexibility to align with this intent. And we offer several recommendations specifically around the CII performance objectives. And we will be providing a more formal comment letter in the coming weeks as well. Specifically, I want to point out that the proposed framework requires utilities to identify disclosable commercial buildings over 50,000 square feet of floor space and provide that monthly water use to those property owners in the Energy Star portfolio management. Perhaps too proactively, we started down the process of classifying many of our customers before that came into occurring. And so we began that classification in the last few years, and we're actually approximately about halfway through 4,000 CII customer classifications. I do want to note that that is a substantial time commitment for our staff. It takes about 10 minutes per customer. We've been timing it. And to change direction at this point to meet that Energy Star portfolio standard would require extensive staff time to reclassify those accounts for potentially no foreseeable benefit. I also want to point out that there are some small tweaks related to things such as discerning between property owners and account holders. They are not synonymous, so if there's an opportunity to tweak that language, I think we would definitely be open to that. And also, we have various tools in our WaterSmart portal. We can provide much of this data in a different format, so we'd like to see if there's an opportunity to provide flexibility there. All in all, we just know that water retailers have a lot of competing priorities: maintaining drinking water quality, replacing and improving our aging infrastructure, and implementing water supply resiliency measures in the face of climate change. These all come at a cost, and we together are tasked with ensuring our most vulnerable populations have water and can afford their water bills. And so we are concerned that anything that may be burdensome in terms of reporting and additional staffing time may take away from our ability to offer the programs that our customers have come accustomed to. So thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments, and we will follow up with a formal comment letter.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I appreciate that. And just want to acknowledge, of course, the incredible effort that went on in the Russian River watershed to respond to incredible circumstances, obviously. And part of that, the conservation that we saw, 30+% for a number of systems. So I know the watershed was hit hard. And here, the leadership and feedback and opportunity to engage further on the work is really appreciated. So thank you. I'll quickly go to a couple folks we have on the platform. I'll go first to Melissa McKeith, and then Craig Johns, and then we'll come back to Ms. Compton here in the room. Thank you. Ms. McKeith.
And here we go. Can you see me yet?
We can hear you at least, not yet see.
I'd like to be seen. So.
There you are.
Hi.
Okay,
here I am. Good afternoon. Melissa McKeith, Citizens United for Resources and the Environment. And at least up until this point, after 8 hours, we are the only community-based organization that has appeared to address direct environmental impacts and climate impacts. First, I just want to take a moment of personal preference to just acknowledge the passing of Senator Feinstein, whose staff was very instrumental in helping all of us over the years, particularly here when we were raising issues about the Salton Sea and Deer Creek in the late 90s and early 2000s. And the reason I raised the Salton Sea is at that time, we identified a lot of unintended consequences that people naively assumed were not going to take place. And I just remind Chair and other members of the state board who were there in the early 2000s, a lot of those unforeseen circumstances ultimately played out. And they played out mostly to hurt poor people. So I'm going to speak this evening on 3 topics only related to the city of Riverside and our unique water situation. First is questioning the jurisdiction of the regional board to in fact regulate an adjudicated groundwater basin where we have no imported water use at all, absent the finding of waste under the California Constitution. Happy to discuss that further with your lawyers. We've been raising these issues since the emergency regulations. And as you might recall, Riverside did file a lawsuit against the 2015 regulation. We are very unique in that regard. Perhaps Santa Rosa, I heard the comments earlier today, but to my understanding, we are the only municipal agency. Also, there were economic impacts concerning a municipal agency that does rely on their general fund transfer for police, fire, and other services that are not identified and discussed in the economic analysis of the regulations. And I believe legally you're required to do that. But let me just say a word in line with what Darcy Burke commented on earlier. And, you know, Darcy and I couldn't be on further ends of the political spectrum. But let me just say that for most poor people, this analysis on equity that you had in your document was really, I thought, awful. You know, in the long term, it may save them some rates. On the short term, people cannot afford a tree or grass. That means that their children have no place to play. And guess what? They don't only play at playgrounds, they also play in their backyards. In Riverside, we're hot, we're polluted, but one thing we do have is water, and we have water for trees. CURE has spent an enormous amount of time and resources on promoting food forests and ensuring that our poor communities actually have assistance in planting trees and grass. And I know you think that these regulations and the DWR environmental guidelines, you know, recognize that, but I have to tell you that poor people don't have arborists. There was a comment in the DWR 2022 report saying, well, this is hard. Yeah, it is. Maybe local communities can get arborists. It was just so naive. And this morning when I was listening to the comments, I had to think about if we change the word conservation as a way of life to dieting as a way of life, it might make this point. Not everybody is overweight. Some people can eat more calories than others. Some people have invested in the gym and worked hard for a long period of time, like my city for over 100 years has managed its own water. And so when I was listening to people, they just reminded me of these anecdotes about how you could do your gardening better and different. And I thought, this is like those annoying advertisements on television in the middle of the night where they say, you can lose 50 pounds easily. It is not easy. So in closing, I just want to say that I have reached out to legal staff. I think it would be very helpful for transparency if you put contact information on the first page of the actual notices, not on page 21. And I do believe you need to have a legal contact. And finally, I just want to close by saying I may be one of the few people in the room that didn't get paid for sitting for 8 hours. You have a lot of water agencies. You have a lot of people who are in the business, so to speak. But I think the outreach to NGOs like mine was non-existent. And with all due respect to the Pacific Institute and to NRDC, these are big macro organizations. I don't think that they're community-based. They're in Oakland or in Santa Monica. It's a very different game in Riverside. So I would invite you, the chair and others, come see our city, come talk to our people, come see what the actual impact of these regulations are doing on us. And in closing, I just want to say this, we will be requesting an actual exemption. We do not believe the board has jurisdiction, absent of finding a waste. And I don't believe you can find that because when I water, that water trickles down into a groundwater aquifer that's used. One last comment and then I'll go because I did wait a long time. Yeah. One last comment. The other night, there was a drone flying over my property. And you know, my first thought was, and this is when you want to talk about trust, but I got to tell you, I thought, wow, I wonder if it's DWR. And I literally thought that because if you're out there scoping out everybody's watering, there's just a kind of state overreach that you really will get pushed back. Professor Lund made those comments. I think they're really genuine comments that you should take into consideration. Thank you very much for your time and appreciate very much your letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. McKeith. Appreciate the patience and take seriously all comments that we hear. And so appreciate that. Next, quickly, I'd like to go to Craig Johns. And then we'll come back to the room. Thank you. Jones, apologies, Mr. Jones.
That's okay. I've been called much worse. Good evening. I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening, board members, staff, and distinguished water colleagues. I do want to just acknowledge Jeremy Wolf. He is our Las Virgenes legislative program manager and also represents the city of Agoura as a city council member, and he had to go into committee meetings. So I'm going to try to be really brief. I am grateful of everyone's time, and I think you're in good company in terms of a career of sitting in town halls and things for hours and hours. So I plan to be there in person today, but like many of my colleagues, I had already made arrangements to be at WaterSmart Innovations Conference. As you may know, one of the largest conservation conferences in America, hosted by AWWA, where we've been coming together for over a decade to collaborate and solve many of the challenges these proposed regulations seek to accomplish. Again, my name is Craig Jones. I'm the Resource Conservation Manager with Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. We are a retail water and wastewater provider serving 122 square mile service area in the North Santa Monica Bay area of northern LA County. 21,000 service connections serving 4 cities, Calabasas, Agoura, Hidden Hills, Westlake, and portions of Chadsworth. So like many agencies represented here today, conserving water and being water efficient practitioners is in our DNA. During the most recent drought in 22, we endured one of the largest water supply emergency curtailments in our district's history. In the face of the extreme measures, district staff rose to the challenge to equip our customers to respond to the mandatory call for conservation. And our customers responded, thank God. From town hall meetings that lasted over 6 hours like this one, to the implementation of a flow restrictor program, which has been adopted into our code to continue to utilize irrespective of water shortage drought conditions. The district is more than devoted to thinking outside of the box to make conservation a California way of life. And we are passionate about it, and we are committed to it. So as a state water project dependent area, we are very focused on diversifying our water supply portfolio. With a pure water project and indirect potable reuse project that will provide a drought resilient local water supply, 6 MGD at full capacity, and our recent partnership with Ocean Well to pilot California's first ever blue water farm, a state-of-the-art submerged filtration technology that revolutionizes the process of supplying fresh drinking water from any raw water source, including the ocean. So, I'll spare you, the rest of my story because our story is much like what you've heard today. We pride ourselves in offering turnkey programs as it relates to landscape transformation. And more importantly, we actively collaborate with folks like Arla and Tree People and other NGOs and community stakeholders to implement progressive programs like our native plant kit, which was modeled after the Garden in a Box program. We've been fully deployed with AMI since 2022, and we're currently working on an innovative project to marry AMI data with SCADA data to determine water aging in our distribution system in near real time to mitigate operational water quality challenges that come as a result of customers using less water. So
thank you.
Real quickly, too, I want to just mention that we have almost $16 million in grant awards. And I just want to give a shout out to state board staff. One of our grants is a Prop 1 funded State Water Resource Control Board grant. And I've had the privilege personally of working with state board staff. And I just want to give a shout out and a thanks specifically for their advocacy, for your advocacy over the years to come alongside us suppliers to support water treatment technology research in an effort to drive the regulatory process to promote best technology outcomes. So we support Las Virgenes supports any effort that advances the state's goal to make conservation a California life, specifically when it's done in a way that's based on accurate data, supporting climate appropriate landscapes, gives credit to existing and planned innovation programs, and minimizes infeasible outcomes and unintended impacts. So let me get to my big concern.
Actually, sorry, Mr. Jones, I'm going to have to cut you off. We do have a lot of folks, and you're already a minute or two over.
If you could just give me one more minute, I've been in this meeting in my hotel room for 9.5 hours.
No, we've all collectively been. Yes, go on, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. I'm just going to give you my proposed recommendations. Again, many of them have been heard today, but I want to start out by just asking that I request as many face-to-face water supplier board staff meetings that it takes to incorporate our input to ensure these regulations will be feasible, affordable, and doable to make it work for the diversity of water suppliers across California. 0.63 as a max left, starting with 0.8 left by 2030, 0.63 left by 2035. And then there we can use real data in 2035 to consider moving to 0.55 by 2045. Recycled water should maintain a 1.0 ETF into perpetuity. It's not a temporary provision. Remove effective precip, maintain the 20% INI area buffer. Pools should continue to receive a 1.0 ETF. And reporting, we need some work there. Simplify the variance process, calendar year instead of fiscal year, develop alternative compliance pathways, period, and for variances specifically. So with that, thank you. Let's continue to be a leader in California, and we appreciate your time.
Appreciate yours, Mr. Jones. I know it has been long, and we still have a lot of commenters, but I appreciate the feedback. And again, for folks, if you're kind of feeling like you're saying things that you've heard throughout the day already, I'd just ask, try to say it differently or be additive. Ms. Compton.
Thank you so much, Christine Compton. I'm the Director of Strategic Communications and Advocacy and the Deputy General Counsel for Pine Branch Water District. I wanted to throw two questions out there for us to consider. IRWD, as you all know, has been part of this conversation for many, many years, and we're committed to seeing it through to successful implementation statewide. But even though we will meet the urban water use objective, as Fiona talked about earlier, we are concerned about the reporting pieces, the CI&I pieces, and really the added cost and staff resources that are going to be required even in a well-resourced agency like ours. And so there's two questions we've been asking as we review the regulations. The first is, what changes can reduce the administrative burden both on your staff here at the state board and water agencies while still achieving the water savings that we're all targeting through the regulation? And the second is, what changes would make sense while still achieving that water savings that can still ensure that we will have that level of innovation that many of us have had in water use efficiency programs over the years and still encourage recycled water? So I won't repeat things that folks have said, but I did want to raise a couple of examples that we think where it could really help water agencies. The first may seem silly to you, but it's allowing water agencies to report their data in acre feet versus things like gallons or square footage, using higher level. That's the metric we all use. It's what we know. So asking us to report in gallons as an example is like me asking you to tell me your weight in ounces. And so we know when we report in acre feet what it should relatively be, and so we'll see where it's off. The more digits we go down, the more risk there is for error, and then it becomes more complicated. So it may seem small, but I think it would certainly go a long way, at least from our perspective. One of the other areas that is a huge concern for IRWD, we're still a growing community. We still have new development and a tremendous number of housing units that need to go in terms of affordable housing. That's a real issue in Orange County, and particularly in our service area. And so it really is looking at the provisions on how you add new landscape areas, because not all of them would have a permit filed under the model ordinance, and making sure that there are methodologies to add that landscape area in so it accurately, on both sides of the equation, have the water demand that's served and the water demands that are there. We think the DWR's 3 recommendations on that make a lot of sense. We certainly support, and I'm recognizing the time, that there are lots of other things regarding variances, implementation, CI&I, that we think make a lot of sense. We'll certainly be providing you more extensive comments. I would just close by saying we're certainly willing to continue rolling up our sleeves and finding solutions that work for your staff and all of the stakeholders to move forward on successful implementation, but wanted to highlight at least a couple of examples where we think we can achieve that right balance of achieving the water savings, but reducing the administrative and reporting burden. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Compton. I really appreciate those good, brief, and important remarks. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Michael Hadley, followed by Joe Berg and Tia Fleming.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel, members of the State Board. First, I want to thank each of you for being here with us. This is obviously a big deal for all of us with the turnout that we've had and the continued turnout that we have online. So thank you all for sticking this out with us. My name is Michael Hadley. I'm the Government Relations Officer at Western Municipal Water District. We're a water district out in western Riverside County that serves about 1 million people through both wholesale and retail water service connections. I want to reemphasize that Western has always had a commitment to water efficiency, especially during the 2012-2016 drought. We were able to reduce our overall demand by 50% during that time, which was a huge deal for us. We implemented budget-based rates. We currently have $5 per square foot of outdoor turf replacement. We're doing the most that we can, but yet we still find ourselves with these regulations in the 20% or more cutback demand by 2035, which for our water resources people have great concerns. We've been collaborative in this process. We want to work with you all. We've been working with the staff, especially as this legislation was developed back in 2018. We're in this together, but I know from my agency's perspective, in relation to this, our big emphasis throughout these last few years, especially the last few years, has been the need for infrastructure. My agency has been a leader in the Solve the Water Crisis Coalition, as well as the California Water for All campaign. We want to emphasize that, urban water use is about 2% of all California's overall water use. And so while this has to be in place, we have to go by these rules. We're developing these regulations. We really want to bring forth in a very public way the need to focus on building the infrastructure to mitigate these future climate risks. And we appreciate the state board's money that's been invested so far over the years. You've made several points about the money that's been developed, and we appreciate that, and we think that's extremely important moving forward. But as a presentation stated earlier, if everyone commits to all these water savings through conservation, we're going to save 400,000 acre feet a year of water. That's outstanding, but I know my folks back in Western Riverside County still have concerns that 400,000 acre feet a year is not going to be the saving grace for the entire state of California. And we really want to make that point that we need to continue investing in the infrastructure that's needed to capture, store, and move water. And just know that we as water agencies, obviously this isn't all in the state board or the Department of Water Resources and all the state agencies, we have our role too in developing local supplies. We commit to that. We will continue to commit to water efficiency measures, and know that you can call upon us to be collaborative and be at the table when you need us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that and the engagement here, and I agree with all your points that conservation in and of itself is not what's going to solve our challenges. It's one part, and appreciate the work I know that's being done on all those others amongst us. So thanks for the good points, Mr. Hadley. Thank you, thank you. Next, I'd like to call Joe Berg and then Tia Fleming.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to provide comments. Just would like to acknowledge MODOC's commitment to water use efficiency. They had the good fortune in 1991 to hire me. At that time, I thought we could use a little bit of levity by now. At that time, our per capita water use was 222 gallons per person per day. That's M&I water use. And as of 2020, it was 112. That's a 50% reduction in per capita water use. That took 30 years to achieve. Roughly represents about 58,000 acre feet of water cumulative that we're saving now year after year after year. The new standards are proposing that we save 45,500 acre feet per year, which is, I wanted to say is about a 15% countywide reduction, but that varies based on the retail water agency. Last time I provided comment to you, it was in March 2022, and at that time we were looking at the DWR staff recommendations, and we looked at what it would cost Orange County to comply. At that time it was $30 million a year. We've updated that analysis, and now we're looking at $64 million per year for Orange County to comply. And over an 11-year period, that's over $700 million. Now, I also have a little information about individual agencies and how this is going to impact them. So a couple of examples. The city of Garden Grove, their annual investment will need to be nearly $5 million a year, and it'll have a $143 per connection per year impact to their customer base. City of Orange, they're the big winner in Orange County. They need to spend about $9.6 million a year, and that's going to impact their per connection charges of $264 per year, and that's over an 11-year period. So that's year after year. City of Westminster, they need to spend about $3 million a year. That's about $130 per connection per year impact. So these are not, these agencies don't qualify for the disadvantaged community designation as proposed in the regulation because their service area wide situation doesn't meet it. But there's 500,000 disadvantaged people in Orange County that are going to be impacted by that. That kind of leads me into my next comments, which is the SWRCB, and I know we're going to hear more details on that, so I will defer my comments to that. But 3 areas that I have significant concerns, which is the landscape standards and the time frame that we're being asked to meet them. I really think that we need to have a provision for good faith effort for agencies that are implementing programs proactively for all customer classes, 24/7, 365. And then the CII performance measures really need to be simplified. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Berg. Next, I'd like to call up Tia Fleming.
Hi. Thank you, Chair.
Good evening.
Good to see you. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members, for this opportunity to comment. My name is Tia Fleming. I'm the co-executive director at the California Water Efficiency Partnership. CalWEP is a membership-based nonprofit organization with a mission to maximize urban water efficiency. We do this through supporting water agency staff with tools, programs, research, and collaborative learning opportunities. We're also a state chapter of the Alliance for Water Efficiency, and you may recall that CalWEP is a successor of the California Urban Water Conservation Council. So long history in conservation. To maximize water efficiency statewide, we need to ensure that agencies succeed locally. That's CalWEP's theory of change. It's why we exist. For agencies to succeed, we think this regulation really needs to properly balance the urgency to secure California's water future with the on-the-ground realities that we've heard about today. To that end, our top 2 overarching requests are, not surprisingly, that the state provide greatly increased state funding and technical assistance, along with developing a more reasonable timeline or pathway for compliance. And we do appreciate the alternative compliance pathway that's been included. We think we can improve on it, and we want to work with staff to do that. For some context, we recently surveyed CalWEP membership and found that agencies' top concerns right now are having limited staff capacity to implement, dealing with the complexity of the data requirements, and the gaps in available technical expertise. And of note, a lot of CalWEP members have been investing for decades, so these are experienced conservation staff that are still feeling these squeezes. For many local agencies, they're going to need to increase budgets, launch customer programs, hire and train more staff, all great things that we, of course, love to see. But this is where state funding and technical assistance is going to be critically important. I think beyond just compliance, we're concerned that with the current compliance timeline to achieve big savings for many agencies who have not been historically investing in conservation, we might have a missed opportunity. We're hopefully poised to see huge investments from the state, and the local level. And we want to make sure that we're launching the right programs that include those multiple benefits that are accessible to everyone. And these types of programs do take time, resources, relationships to develop. And so again, state funding is going to come in really essentially there. The last thing that we want to see, right, are rushed programs that are turf replacement programs that are devoid of life and have no ecosystem benefits. They'll save water, but they're not going to really be a good use of our funds. While we know that the current enforcement statutes or enforcement dates are in statute, we of course ask you all to use your discretion, but also work with us and other interested parties to really think through what a more reasonable alternative compliance pathway, timeline, whatever we want to call it, as agencies are making efforts to launch these exemplary programs. I think we can improve on what's in the draft. One more important note, local agencies will lean on regional and statewide partners. We've heard a lot about this, Metropolitan, Regional Water Authority, CalWEP, and others. So we just want to request assurances that these types of regional and statewide programs and partnerships count towards an agency's compliance, specifically on like CII BMPs or landscape transformation programs. I think we heard a little bit of that earlier, but really calling it out would be appreciated. So let's work together to strike this balance. Possible. And CalWEP is committed to serving as a resource for the board and the board staff throughout this process. We'll be submitting a comment letter with some specific recommendations, and we look forward and hope it will be a continual, collaborative, and transparent process. So thank you, and thanks board staff for all the work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming. Really appreciate your personal leadership and all of this work. And to your point, there is decades worth of expertise and acknowledgement and work that's gone on here, and I just want to make sure it's definitely continue to acknowledge. And just thank you. It's a lot of, I know, technical work here amongst it, and it's made a difference to have you all here as partners. Mr. Ojakian. And yes, the scroll should continue to update on names, and I will get to folks here back in the platform in a minute, but want to make sure we're giving ample time for our folks in person. Mr. Ojakian.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good evening. Ryan Ojakian with the Regional Water Authority. I want to start off by thanking you for the opportunity, but I also really want to plus up with the few compliments the board has gotten. I want to thank you all for your public service. And I want to take that opportunity to remind us all that that's what we're here to talk about, public service, right? That's the core of this conversation really is how are we best meeting our water needs moving forward, right? So I want to plus up those points and just put a finer point on those things. I also want to recognize everybody else that's contributed in that regard, right? The conversation only moves forward with all of us. So thank you to everybody, including on the platform. So RWA's role in achieving that public service is assisting our 22 member agencies in achieving reliable delivery of high quality water at the lowest possible cost, right? So again, that's the perspective that we're coming from. Now, while I currently work for RWA, I was in the legislature in 2017 and 2018 for working for the policy committee that was responsible for doing the analysis on the legislation that ultimately is what we're talking about here today. I want to take the time to remind everybody that it failed in 2017, and the reason it failed from my perspective, I can't speak for the legislature, but from my perspective in that role was because of a need to balance cost with benefit and impacts on quality of life. So we've heard a lot of those things come up in the conversation today, and I just want to quickly speak to a couple of things here. From RWA's perspective, right, I feel like the regulations are going too far too fast. I think we've heard that from a number of water suppliers, but want to say that, and that the reason why we feel that way is because that there's opportunity cost with what could be done with the resources otherwise. So we've also heard about impacts on affordability. I do want to take the time to respond just quickly. As we look at studies on affordability on past investments on water efficiency, they have been just that, investments on past water efficiency, right? So for example, in the region, we've gotten 18% reduction across the region in the last decade. But one of the primary projects that we've done is toilet rebates. Those were $100 per toilet. Moving forward, we're going to have to do direct install. Those are going to be $300 or $400 a toilet, right? So those are the kinds of, it's going to get harder moving forward, right? There's going to be additional expenses moving forward, and those are the kinds of things that we have to think about, right? So for example, in that regard, to put the expense in context, right? $13.5 billion is what the state has estimated. It would be great if we got more state resources. I would love to see more state resources. The reality is, though, that's going to be a challenge. And in context, what is $13.5 billion? It's 10 times the amount of money that the state has provided for safe drinking water, right? That this board has been administering. Obviously, my time's up. I'm going to leave with like sort of three things that we would like to see. The first thing is we would love to see an increase in the water efficiency factor. We've heard that before. Want to see a buffer for accounting for inaccuracies in the data, and want to see reasonably accessible extension on timeline. So what are the things that we're looking at that allow for an agency to get an extension on compliance time? Thanks.
Yep, one moment. Vice Chair has a question
Come back. For you. I'm going to take advantage of your unique experience from when you were at the legislature. So as I said earlier, I read through the statute again today, and looking at some of the language in there about MWELO, using the principles of MWELO, to determine the amount of water necessary to efficiently irrigate both new and existing landscapes. So I know you didn't come, it wasn't included on your list, so you didn't come prepared to talk about this, but I just wanted to use this as an opportunity because that's something that, just as I read through the statute, kind of, calls out a flag for me. Not having been involved in the development of the legislation, though, maybe there's something additional behind it. So in light of the fact that we are actually using MWELO as opposed to the principles, and then also as to new and existing landscapes.
So I think the challenge that we have is that we aren't fully accounting actually for existing landscapes. That the standards would be essentially what you would have for a new landscape is very challenging to go back with an existing landscape and get that level of efficiency, right? So we want, obviously, moving forward with new development, we would love to see that highest standard and expect that highest standard to be achieved. It's a different animal when you're talking about existing landscapes. Really, right, you have to reinvent that landscape, and that we saw a lot this morning in relation to how much that's going to cost. So I think that's really the big challenge there is, are we going to be able to afford doing that level of efficiency in existing landscapes? So I think, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Happy to discuss more, though.
Thank you, Mr. Ojakian. Next, I'd like to call up Teresa Pananuri.
Close. Pananuri. Get thee to the nunnery, Pananuri. It's my dad used to say. He had all girls. So thank you. My name is Teresa Pananuri. I'm the communications manager for Santa Fe Irrigation District. We're a small water district in northern San Diego County. We're a member of the San Diego County Water Authority. And so we largely agree with the technical comments that have been said today, and we agree with what Aqua and some of the other agencies have said. That is not my strong suit. As a small agency, we hold many hats. So as the communications manager, I'm responsible for all the communications, all outreach, our website, our social media, all of our water use efficiency, our water conservation, our legislation, our water policy, and other duties as assigned. So it's a lot of work. And so I am just one of many small agencies who just don't have the resources, the accessibility to be able to come to this meeting, nor are they able to access grant programs that could really help us into implementing some of these water use efficiency standards. So we are, again, a small agency. We have about 20,000 people that we serve. That's a rough estimate. We do know that we have a large number of our customers who do not use their address in our service area as their main address. We are a very affluent community. We have about 6,500 connections, an additional 1,000 fire meters. We're also in fire country. And so we also have a small pocket of a disadvantaged community, and we also have a significant number of seniors on fixed incomes. And so water rates are very important to our community, as they are to everyone, and to accessibility. So I'd just like to comment just a little bit on the variances. We are very supportive of the variances. We would like to apply for them, but at this point, myself and my board really have to look at, is the juice worth the squeeze? And so we're looking at the staff time that we have to put into evaluating whether or not our seasonal population will make an impact. We do have a seasonal population. We have a beach community. We also have a horse community. We also have a seasonal horse community. We have a lot of, yes. We have a racing community. So between May and September, we have a lot of horses that come in. We have a lot of people that come with those horses. Those are very expensive horses, and they use more than 7 gallons of water per day. And so it's very difficult for me to tell someone that $1 million horse is only going to use 7 gallons of water per day. So what we would like to recommend is if you could bring all those variances together, so anything that we apply for, if that could go for a total of 5%, that would make a big impact to my district. In addition to that, we also are known as having some of the highest per capita water use in the state. For a small agency, that is not the best moniker to have, but between May and September, we sometimes can exceed over 400 gallons per person per day. So we definitely know that that is an opportunity for us to save water. We also have a lot of large lots, 3 to 20 acres. So we have a lot of opportunity, but we also need help. And so if I could make some recommendations for assistance, one, grant programs that don't have to have as much documentation. I know that's not ideal for the state, but that is really hard for me as an individual to try to track all of those things. That's really difficult for us to do. In addition to that, if you could deliver money to our large wholesalers as well so that they could distribute that equitably, that would really help us as well. Another is a statewide outreach campaign, as people have mentioned. We need everyone to be on board and to understand why these regulations are coming through and the impacts that it will have to our community and the importance of it for our sustainability and climate change impacts moving forward. We are also an innovation economy. I think there's a lot of opportunity for the state to fund either a procurement model that we could all join as a part of, if we need to have a portal that our customers could use to upload information, if there's something that we could all use we could use as part of the public agency clause, that way we're all using the same consultant, that would be helpful as well. And finally, workforce development. I have sat on many interview panels for water conservation technicians in my community, and I can tell you that we just don't have the workforce available. And in the 20 years that I've been in the water industry, I have been in awe of a lot of the people in this room and on this board and the work that they've done, but none of us are getting any younger. So we need to see that future and that they are involved in water, that they care about water, that they care about their communities, and most importantly, that they're diverse and they represent and they look like the communities that we serve. So thank you for the opportunity. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to all of your staff for being accessible, for being transparent. As someone from a small agency who has very limited time, I really appreciate it, especially Charlotte. So thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate all those good comments and the flag about the seasonal horse challenges that we may have. No, truly, your comments were incredible and really appreciate the good additive nature of them. So thank you so much. It really means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Brandon Bishop. And then I know David Mitchell is on the platform along with Paul Schonenberger. And we'll be joining Stacy Taylor, I believe, as a group here to present on some information. Mr. Bishop.
Hello, everybody. Chairman, board members. My name is Brandon Bishop. I'm the Water Conservation Specialist for the City of Reading. Here are some reasons why we should minimize the drastic making conservation in California way of life, one-size-fits-all approach regulation. Different areas have varying water needs and climates, and local authorities may be better equipped to tailor water conservation strategies to their unique circumstances. The hot, dry climates will need a much higher water allowance to maintain landscapes, pools, and outdoor water activities during increased summer water usage than the cooler coastal climates. Cost of compliance. Implementing the water use efficiency standards will be financially burdensome. Compliance could require costly upgrades to water systems and infrastructure, which could be especially challenging for low-income households, making it more challenging for them to afford essential water services. Remember, when water use goes down significantly, it drives the price of water up because fixed costs remain and capital improvements are very expensive. Less water sold means less incoming funding to maintain your system and keep up with these overburdensome and costly regulations. Bureaucratic complexity. These regulations could be simplified to achieve the same conservation goals without the administrative burden. Take a look at the proposed evaporative cooler variants, for example, to see how costly, impractical, and time-consuming these regulations will be. It will be very costly to accurately calculate the true number of evaporative coolers in an area by outreach every year. Then calculate the daily temperature and how many hours a day are over 78 degrees Fahrenheit to qualify for the variance calculation is both complicated and time-consuming. Other more practical and less technical methods should be established for the evaporative cooler variance. The variance should also stand for a longer period of time once established because the numbers don't change that much from year to year. A minimum 5-year variance period should be established for evaporative coolers. Credit for all water recycling. Reading's average daily water usage was roughly 20 million gallons per day for 2022. We return approximately half of that water back to the river, cleaner than the upstream water flowing down. So ultimately, our water usage is only half of what we initially draw based on how much we return. Where's our credit for recycling in the new water use efficiency calculation? You must calculate the return if you're calculating the draw to realize the actual water usage. Unintended consequences. Stringent water efficiency standards might incentivize the removal of trees and lawns, leading to negative environmental impacts such as increased heat and fire susceptibility in urban areas and reduced biodiversity. Or they could have the opposite effect, such as encouraging water theft or pushing some individuals to abandon their landscapes due to the inability to comply with the regulations, further reducing biodiversity. How am I doing on time? Oh, time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I appreciate those comments and look forward again to written comments. This verbal comment period here and workshop before the board is not the only opportunity, so appreciate everyone helping contribute to getting everyone's voice in. With that, I'd like to call up David Mitchell on the platform. We'll be followed by Paul Schonenberger and then Stacy Taylor.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and honorable board members. I was with you actually throughout the day, but I needed to return to the Bay Area to prepare for hearings tomorrow at the Public Utilities Commission. So I really appreciate your adroitness with technology that makes it possible for me to give you my comments. My name is David Mitchell, and I'm a general partner in the economic consulting firm M-Cubed. And for more than 30 years now, we have assisted our clients with the economic analysis of water and energy resource projects and policies. And personally, I've been deeply involved in urban water conservation, program development, implementation, and evaluation since the formation of the California Urban Water Conservation Council in 1991. I was, in fact, the council's director of research for 15 years. M-Cube prepared the economic and fiscal impact analyses for the Water Board's 2015 Emergency Conservation Regulation and its extension in 2016, both of which are posted on your website. And my comments today are focused on the standardized regulatory impact analysis. We have seen some mention of the benefits and costs of the proposed regulation and some reference to the standardized regulatory impact analysis, or shorthand SWRCB. We were asked by Mesa Water District to conduct an in-depth review of the SWRCB to determine if it conforms to statutory requirements and whether it provides a reasonable assessment of the costs and benefits of the proposed regulation. Based on this review, we have substantive concerns with its estimates of the benefits and the costs of the proposed regulation and the baseline used to calculate these values. Our findings are provided in a detailed technical report, which has been provided to the Water Board members and staff, and we strongly encourage and hope that the board will give it serious consideration. We believe that the expected benefits of the proposed regulation have been significantly overstated, and as you've heard throughout today, that the costs are likely significantly understated. Our technical report explains in detail the reasons we believe this to be the case. Although the board staff has portrayed the proposed regulation as cost reducing, and it estimates that only 0.2% of households would face higher water bills as a consequence of it, our analysis suggests that it will drive up costs for many water suppliers, which in turn will put further upward pressure on rates and charges, as you've heard today. We have significant concerns regarding the regulation's cost effectiveness and the impact that it will have on the affordability of water service, particularly in lower income areas if it's adopted in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I appreciate you sticking with us through here the day and presenting your information here. I have not had a time to delve into your report yet, but I'm looking forward to, as a process here of our draft regulations, doing so. Next, I'd like to call up Paul Schoenberger. Apologize for messing up your last name potentially.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine. Paul Schoenberger. Yes. Hi, I'm Paul Schoenberger, General Manager at Mesa Water District. Thanks for having us here, Chair Esquivel and board members. Mesa Water, we serve water to the city of Costa Mesa, parts of Newport Beach, and John Wayne Airport. Like many of your agencies who are speaking today, we're very proud of our water use, efficiency, history. Our total service area, indoor and outdoor, total use is 85 gallons per capita per day. And we have a very tight water system with a very, very low water loss. I'd like to focus my comments on the economic impacts of the SWRCB report that Mr. Mitchell was just speaking about. And I do believe that good decisions that your board needs to make are predicated on having good information. And I do believe that the report, they did have to make some assumptions to get their cost benefit analysis. But if you replace those assumptions with Mesa Water's actual numbers, the benefits and the costs change dramatically. I believe that for us, the costs are about 5 times the benefits, and we're not that different to our neighboring agencies at all. So that's a big swing And I would hope we would have the opportunity to talk with your staff and your board and come to maybe a better consensus on the cost benefits of the regulations. So we do need good information to make good policy decisions. We are encouraging a work group process with the board staff and all of California's water agencies and associations so that we can collaborate on adjusting the regulations so that we can achieve the goals that we want to achieve in these regulations, but to lessen the economic impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Appreciate those comments. Ms. Taylor.
Good afternoon or evening, Honorable Chair and board members. This has been an exercise in endurance and certainly brings new meaning to the words or the phrase marathon meeting. So thank you so much for your patience and for giving us all this opportunity. We really appreciate it. And yes, I'm Stacy Taylor. I'm the Water Policy Manager for Mesa Water District. You just heard our General Manager and David Mitchell talk about the independent SWRCB analysis, and I'm not going to belabor that point. I'm actually here to make a different point. And I'm just going to go straight to a specific part of the regulation, the proposed regulation at the bottom of page 10. And that's where the small letter D in parentheses, we have a very specific simple word removal request. And that is to just strike the word temporary to allow a permanent provision to respond to negative impacts to wastewater collection, treatment, and reuse systems. And the simple reason for that is we are concerned about unintended consequences to reducing the indoor residential water use standard as low as 42 GPCD. This level could strand vital recycling assets that depend on indoor residential water use to create the source water. The wastewater is the source water that we need for potable reuse. You heard earlier today, Orange County Water District Board President Kathy Green talk about the GWRS, the groundwater replenishment system in Orange County, managed by Orange County Water District, and that's our water wholesale provider. And we and 18 other pumpers, cities and special districts, pump from the Orange County groundwater basin that is continuously, perpetually replenished with highly advanced, treated, purified wastewater. And so we're just concerned that by reducing that indoor water reduces the wastewater and thus might reduce the capacity for that plant to produce 130 million gallons daily, which our ratepayers and the other 18 cities and districts invested $1.5 billion to develop that as a water source. So that's our simple ask, and I would be remiss if I did not say thank you to each and every one of your staff who has undoubtedly worked countless hours and put a lot of thought and effort into this regulation, and so certainly want to thank you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you as well for your countless hours. I know all collectively here, everybody in contributing to make this the implementable and appropriate reg that we're really aiming for. So thank you, Ms. Taylor. It means a lot. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Let's call Natalie Roberts. She has a time constraint here in the room. Thank you. And we'll go to the platform and call a couple of folks that I see your hands up, indicating you have a bit of a time constraint as well. We still have about 40 plus commenters, so I appreciate everyone's absolute patience amongst each other to just continue on through here. So comments, thank you.
Hello, I'm Natalie Roberts, the Water Loss Control Coordinator at Camarosa Water District. Camarosa is, just as much as I believe everyone in attendance today is, committed to responsible water resource management. The calculations the regulation requires are complex and necessitate expensive, time-consuming data collection. Slight, unavoidable differences in how data is collected, interpretations, unit conversions, and rounding methods can compound through the formulas to cause significant variations in water budgets. Because of this, a water budget that is a single number is an example of false precision, a number that might seem exact but isn't because it carries an inevitable, significant, and unidentified margin of error with it. A more representative and accurate standard then is an expected range of values. Similar to a Monte Carlo simulation, an expected range of values avoids misrepresentation through oversimplification. For any variable with inherent uncertainty, the simulation calculates multiple results to come up with a distribution of possible outcomes under the given conditions. Eventually, when complete, this method creates an expected range of values, a range of possible outcomes and the probability of these outcomes occurring, which here become a compliance range for suppliers. Although creating the framework for this would mean additional investments in development, managing California's water supplies is of such critical importance that moving forward with this more modern, more representative, and more accurate means of budgeting water supplies is worth the investment. An expected range of values could also allow for simplifying suppliers' calculations, which would reduce the extraordinarily heavy resource burden this regulation places on suppliers. Any resources suppliers don't have to spend on reporting can go towards projects that actually protect, develop, and store water resources. An expected range of values allows for real-world scenarios that might shift the amount of water a supplier produces and sells. The expected range will become more accurate as time passes and suppliers input more years of data. In return for submitting good data over time, suppliers get a compliance range that's more likely to accurately represent their district. An expected range of values helps the board as well. This regulation requires large investments in support and data review from the board. With a compliance range, instead of auditing or penalizing suppliers that are only slightly off target, the board can focus resources on assisting suppliers that fall outside their expected compliance range and are clearly struggling. These outliers are where the largest potential water savings are. After all, the purpose of this regulation is to work together to effectively manage California's precious water resources, not just to spend enormous amounts of resources on reporting, right? Thanks.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I'd like to now go to the platform and call up Connor Everts, who will be followed by Andrea Hedstrom.
Thank you very much. Connor Everts for the Environmental Water Caucus, Southern California Watershed Alliance, and the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water. I know what these long days are from both sides of the table, so I thank you all. I want to say there's added value to reducing demand while increasing efficiencies in this time of climate change. Water is finite, and where would we be if we hadn't had record rain and snow last year? I have to say the human right to water means providing programs intended for underserved communities. Saving water has a net present value while saving energy, reducing runoff, lowering bills, and gives opportunities for job training with appropriate landscaping, irrigation, and with soil enhancement using compost and mulch. Mark Twain said, "I favor progress, it's change I don't like." I want to thank staff for their hard work and would say, from my perspective, we should be doing more. I've been here many times before, back to the future, but I was a water conservation coordinator for municipal water departments starting in 1978, convener for the California Urban Water Conservation Council in the 90s, and elected to a Ventura County Water Agency that went through the 86 to 91 drought as well. My background's also in groundwater, and I'm a strong advocate for recycled water. As the late Jonas Minton said, it is not a drought if it never ends, and these are the extremes of climate change. Please move forward. I want to see this change in my lifetime. You can't please everyone, but people save water, not water agencies, giving them full credit for all the good work they do too. It's time for the next step. Mandatory goals work. We always say we can't do it, and we surpass them. I also want to say, where were the agencies complaining about costs when they were promoting a private desalination plant with a take-or-pay deal? Thank you very much, and good night and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. I really appreciate your contributions here, sticking with us. Again, I know it's been a long day for everyone, but thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Hedstrom, and then we'll come back into the room, and then I'll try to, again, balance others that are here having time constraints. Ms. Hedstrom. Ms. Hedstrom, are you there? Ms. Hedstrom, you're unmuted if you can hear us. we'll move on from Ms. Hedstrom if we don't hear from her in a moment, and appreciate if she can raise her hand again if she's needing to be called on. Let's move on to Gary Welling.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Board Chair Escobar and board members. It's a long day, but I appreciate everybody's participation in this and giving us an opportunity to speak. As I said, Gary Welling with the City of Santa Clara, Director of Water and Sewer Utilities. Santa Clara supports the board's leadership on our shared conservation goals and policies that protects current and future water supplies while at the same time limiting financial burdens on ratepayers while achieving meaningful water savings. Santa Clara is a proud steward of the Silicon Valley and Bay Area's water resources, and we have a strong commitment to conservation, providing outreach, rebates, and a policy framework that assists our community with continuing to lower our per capita water usage. Our current residential per capita usage is 57 gallons per capita per day in calendar year 22, and overall GPCD 115. We've been able to reduce 27% reduction since 2010 on the residential, and our overall current demand compared with 2013 is 22% lower. Even though population increases, our current daytime population is 250,000 with residential population of 132,000. And so we also wanted to mention Santa Clara is a leader in the usage of recycled water with almost 20% of our overall water portfolio, 3 million gallons per day coming from purple pipes. We do have concerns about the current water use efficiency standards and continued unfunded mandates that impact existing staff. We're looking at budget impacts potentially of $500,000 or more each year to implement the regulations, hiring additional staff, outreach, building software changes, and regulatory implementation. Also competing needs and resources from other successful conservation and with our major focus on expansion of recycled water programs. And in addition, the additional pressures on ratepayer affordability. We request that the state fund and provide the technical assistance be available to water agencies in implementation of these regulations, and specifically consolidating reporting requirements would be helpful. And there's a lot of new reports required on an annual basis, but if we could stretch those out into multiple years, potentially 5 years, that would be helpful from an administrative perspective. Majority of my comments are on the CII regulations, commercial, institutional, industrial. I don't think it's right. We don't think it's realistic to expect agencies to adhere to the very quick timeline to convert mixed-use meters for commercial entities to dedicated landscape meters. 15 to 20% of our commercial users may be mixed use. Requiring the CII for new development, which we require and have for 10 years, makes sense to have a separated dedicated landscape meters. But retrofitting existing properties creates a huge financial burden for property owners, anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000, depending on the complexities of the property. AMI has been talked about as an accepted equivalent technology, and we do have AMI meters. Still not sure how that's going to resolve the complete resolution of the separation of irrigation versus mixed. The state is putting all the burden on local agencies and cities to convert CII mixed use to separate to the dedicated landscape meter or in lieu technology. And there's an expense here that I mentioned. With potentially limited water savings, we do have the CII band we've adopted from the state, which I think is great. We've implemented that through council resolution, and we continue. We're going to make that part of our permanent water restrictions in our rules and regulations. My understanding is that DWR is planning to provide agencies with information on mixed meter account landscapes. They're not going to provide it until September or the summer of 2026. That does not allow enough time to meet the regulations, install dedicated landscape meters in lieu technology, and 20% of mixed meters by 2026, 60% by 2028, et cetera.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
we'd like to see, is my time up?
Yes, if you don't mind wrapping up, sorry.
Okay. So just one other note, there's a lot of new regulatory requirements. The foremost is lead and copper rule that agencies are dealing with, UCMR requirements. And we've just got off an extreme drought. We've got our conservation regulations in place. We've got WELO, we've got placing of aging infrastructure. So I just ask the board to take that into consideration. There's a lot going on with agencies. We support conservation goals and look forward to a more streamlined, locally appropriate, and cost-effective, flexible regulatory framework to achieve the collective conservation goals. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you as well, Mr. Willing. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up here in the room Catherine Willis, who will be followed by Keith Harbeck and then Elizabeth Lovestead.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Willis, Environmental Compliance Manager for the City of Yuba City. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns during today's workshop. Yuba City reduced its water use from 20% between 2013 and 2022 through a series of wide-ranging conservation programs. We're now launching a grant-funded program to convert non-functional turf to water-wise landscaping. We are committed to making water conservation a California way of life. We serve a disadvantaged community. Our city employees work hard to maintain livability in our neighborhoods. We reduce blight and improve community vitality by maintaining healthy landscaping in public spaces, holding citywide cleanup events, and undertaking necessary code enforcement. While we recognize the need for continued conservation efforts, we're concerned that the regulations, if implemented as written, will reduce the quality of life for our community's 73,000 residents. Our residents take pride in their community, but many do not have the means to overhaul existing landscapes and irrigation systems. We have many neighborhoods with decades-old landscapes. The proposed restrictions will result in brown lawns and dying shade trees. In terms of equity, wealthy communities can afford to transform their lawns into equally pleasant water-wise gardens. They can afford to pay the ever-increasing cost of living, along with the high cost of installing new landscaping. Many in our community cannot afford to spend more. If costs go up, they must simply make do with less. The costs for essentials, food, water, and shelter continue to rise and will rightfully take precedence over re-landscaping. We estimate that to meet the 2035 objective, our residents will need to reduce outdoor water use by an additional 20%. The proposed restrictions will lead to dying landscapes in Yuba City, and this will contribute to blight and negative impacts to community vitality. We request that the restriction to existing outdoor landscapes be limited to 63% rather than dropping to 55%, and that the irrigable, non-irrigated buffer be maintained for all regulated years. This is an issue of fairness. Healthy outdoor spaces promote a sense of pride. Our citizens deserve to live in a community that fosters health and well-being. We are concerned about the effect of the proposed regulations on our community vitality. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to working with State Water Board staff to work on our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Really appreciate the patience and contribution here, though, and look forward to that further work. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Keith Harbeck, who will be followed by Elizabeth Lovestead.
I want to thank the board, and I'm pleased to announce that you have your first real live pool builder at the podium. I started my company, my name is Keith Harbeck, and I started my company, Premier Pools and Spas, 35 years ago here in Sacramento. I still own and operate that company, which makes me, among other things, really old. I won't pretend to tell you I understand what a 1.0 factor for pools is, because I'm a pool builder, not a water scientist. But from what I've gathered today, that's a good thing for me. So you have my vote. You have my vote. I am for a 1.0 factor for swimming pools.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But I do know a few things about swimming pools and water use, and it does concern me when we start to talk about residential water use restrictions, and not because I think pools or water wasters are part of the problem, but because I know we're perceived that way. And I became exposed to that for the first time in a harsh way in 2014 when there were statewide mandates, and I was shocked to see how early in drought restrictions, filling swimming pools with water often appeared. And it made no sense to me. Fortunately, I did some PowerPoint presentations and we worked on that, and some of the agencies were very nice to move them further down in the water restrictions. So I hope I have time to just spend a couple of minutes on two things, and then I want to get to what's really important to me and what I think should be important to everyone, the board included. One is this misperception when we look at pools that we want to just consider the evaporative rate of the surface area of the pool. That is not a swimming pool installation. Since 2014, because I'm a numbers freak, I tracked that. We've installed over 8,000 pools in Sacramento since 2014. I average it out. Our average install is 475 square feet of pool surface area and 850 approximately feet of hardscape that goes with that pool. That is a swimming pool installation. It takes up 1,300 to 1,400 square feet of the backyard. Once you factor that hardscape in and compare it to lawn, way less water use, fantastically less water use. Ordinary landscape, still less. We still even compare favorably to drought-resistant landscape. I'm not going to spend much time on economic impact because I don't want to talk money, but just real quick, we'll install 750 pools this year for $80 million in economic stimulus in the Sacramento region. We employ over 300 people. And as John mentioned earlier, there's property taxes, sales taxes, and all those things. Again, not too much about money, although I will say that it'll take 39 acre feet to fill those 750 swimming pools. So that amounts to about $2 million of economic stimulus per acre foot of water. So I would challenge any other industry to match those numbers. Finally, a nice storm in Folsom in the winter, we get 20,000 cubic feet per second coming into Folsom, which amounts to 28 acre feet per minute. So for 1 minute and 25 seconds, I'd like to be allowed to fill my swimming pools and produce those other benefits. Again, I said enough about money, and I'm running out of time, so I'll try to make this super quick. The thing I like best about building swimming pools, and I'd like the board to kind of understand, the most rewarding thing for me is to go to a home show or be in a grocery store, because I've lived in Elk Grove this whole time, and have a family come up to me and say, that's the best thing we ever did for our family. These swimming pools, it's not just that they're not water wasters, they're gathering spots for families. They're gathering spots for kids and their friends. They're healthy places to exercise. So we heard some today about functional and non-functional. And I will admit, when I drove out of my house today, and I do this often, I felt a little guilty. Because I have a big lawn in my front yard. I will admit it. And I'm old enough to remember when people played on those lawns and gathered. That doesn't happen. Those lawns don't get used. That is non-functional sod. But when we put pressure on water agencies to produce some restrictions and we start to creep into the backyard, I'd be careful. Those are outdoor living spaces. Those are important to families, and we have to be careful to tell them which amenities they can have and which they can't. Thank you. I know I went over time. Sorry.
Don't be sorry in the least. Appreciate it, Mr. Harbeck, and appreciate the perspective and points you're adding here to the discussion. So thank you. Next, I'll go to Elizabeth Lovestead. We'll be followed by Melissa Sparks-Krantz. And I'll note, I think in the room, we have somewhere about 15 folks left to be able to speak, at least that are listed here. We do need to take a break here before we continue on, and we'll try to get through the in-person folks and anyone that has time constraints before we do so. But Ms. Lovestead.
Thank you. Good evening. And again, I just want to echo the appreciation for the time and the effort that's been put into this regulation, not just today, but for the last 5 years and even before the last 5 years as we went through, developed a primer and everything else. I'm Elizabeth Lovestead, Water Resources Manager for the San Diego County Water Authority. The Water Authority and its 24-member agencies are leaders in water use efficiency. Since the early 90s, we've offered programs that educate our community about the importance of having efficiency both indoors and outdoors. We've supported legislation and regulations that require the replacement of old inefficient toilets and other plumbing devices. We've had outreach programs ongoing that say, replace your landscape and increase your water use efficiency. With that experience, we're gonna put together a detailed comment letter, but I just want to offer a couple of things this evening. First,
we've heard today that there's a lot of uncertainty in some of these regulations, some of the assumptions that are being looked at, determining on what is going to be required to meet the regulations. We also know that there is no way to determine how the public is going to respond to this and what is going to be required to meet these regulations. And so I really support the idea of working together to come up with a more comprehensive alternative compliance, to add additional time for water suppliers to develop effective programs that not only have a cost-benefit ratio that's positive, but also will be successful and will actually encourage water users to reduce the amount of water they're using and to be more efficient. We really ask that the board directs staff to work with us over the next couple of months to see what kind of programs we've put into place that have been effective and how we can apply that to a standard or alternative compliance that shows a good faith effort. We've also talked a lot about the commercial industrial institution. Some of our member agencies have been up here. We have the City of San Diego within our service area, and we have some very small agencies, as you've already heard, where the conservation person is the public outreach person, is the meter reader, and everything else. And so there's a large lift to help these agencies not only understand their standards, but also comply with them. And what we really want to do is, with the commercial industrial institution, is really focus on programs that are cost effective and will actually save water. It's a whole lot easier to help one water supplier work with 10 large commercial customers than 10 water suppliers work with one small commercial customer each. So let's look for regional efficiencies and really try to apply them. I appreciate, again, all your effort, and we'll look forward to working with you, and we'll be sending in our written comments. Thank you.
Look forward to that. Thank you, Ms. Lovestead. Next, I'd like to call Melissa Sparks-Grants. Ignore that. Will be followed by Michelle Adams.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Melissa Sparks-Crans, and I am in a new capacity before you today. I am now an advocate with the League of California Cities and working on environmental quality and water issues. Cal Cities represents over 480 cities across the state. Of the 400 urban water suppliers, 201 are cities. Cal Cities represents all but 2 of those 201 cities. So that's roughly 50% of the urban water suppliers in the state of California, yet it feels like we are late to the game and a new organization to this discussion. So this is an extremely important issue to our cities, our communities, and residents who will be directly impacted from the outcome of these regulations. First, Cal Cities supports water conservation and water use efficiency efforts. We represent many cities who have already developed local water efficiency programs in the face of the extreme changes in climate that California is experiencing. While we support comprehensive water solutions, including conservation by all water users, water efficiency rules and practices must be implemented in fair and equitable ways. For those 201 city urban water suppliers, 65 cities are disadvantaged communities according to the MHI criteria. That's roughly 1/3 of all city urban water suppliers are DAC. For the smaller DAC cities that already face some of the most intense water supply and water quality challenges of other issues that this board hears, DACs are going to experience upwards of 50% of water reductions based on these regulations. Those cities are extremely nervous and fearful about what's to come in the future. Cities and urban suppliers are going to be responsible for the local implementation of these regulations, which includes working with customers to change customer behavior. We've heard a lot about that human element today. So while at the same time, they're working to encourage their communities and economies to continue to thrive in a more arid climate. So in representing half of the state's urban water suppliers, our organization is requesting greater engagement by the state as we are committed to helping cities have a seat at this table to work towards the following: providing flexibility for those that are in good faith making progress towards their objective, developing a process to work with cities and urban suppliers that have significant target reductions to ensure there can be successful implementation. For example, we have a city that is required to meet a target reduction of 92% by January 2025. They need a process led by the state to engage in a dialogue about how to move forward. Establishing clearer criteria and alternative pathways, in particular for those cities that have significant target reductions and those cities that are DACs. Providing urban suppliers and cities adequate time to begin implementing once the regulations are adopted, because currently, as proposed in the regulations, locals only have a few months before compliance is required. And I'll plus up the comments about technical assistance and state funding support for local implementation. You have heard from some of our cities today at this workshop, but on behalf of our organization, I am requesting of the board today that the board and staff work cooperatively with Cal Cities and other urban suppliers to address our suggested revisions over the coming months to ensure that these conservation goals can be implemented successfully at the local level. Thank you for your time and consideration of these comments.
Thank you for yours and for those comments, Ms. Sparks-Krantz. Next, I'd like to call up Michelle Adams, who will be followed by Andrea Abrigel.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Michelle Adams, and I am the Customer Experience Manager for Western Municipal Water District, where we serve nearly 1 million customers across inland Southern California, either directly or through our 8 retail agencies. With these new regulations, 6 of our 8 retail agencies are disadvantaged communities, and they require more than a 20% reduction to meet these regulations in 2035. On behalf of Western, I'm here to remind you that effectively addressing this ongoing supply issue requires a dual approach. We cannot conserve our way out of this supply crisis. The state must prioritize proactive investments in capturing, storing, and moving water throughout the state, in addition to conservation and efficiency efforts. Over the last 10 years, our enhanced water use efficiency efforts, which include water budgets, tiered rates, enhanced landscape programs where we handhold our customers through their efficiency journey. These have resulted in a reduction of water use by 50%, but we knew we couldn't stop there. We continue to invest in projects that increase our local ability to capture, store, and move water across our region, equally as important. We knew we needed to do more than just extend our supplies. We needed to generate new supplies. We have proven the effectiveness of addressing this ongoing supply issue through this dual approach. It's working locally. How can we work with you to expand it statewide? On behalf of the nearly 1 million customers we serve across inland Southern California and on behalf of our disadvantaged communities, we've done a great job at collaborating to this point. We're discussing the regulations. Western echoes a lot of the recommendations you've heard today. Let's do the right thing and let's do better. These regulations are geographically inequitable. You've seen it in the slide that you put up with the map. You've seen it with the map that was presented to you earlier. When you overlay the DAC communities on that map, your inland belt is going to struggle. Your inland belt will not attain these regulations. As written, what you're proposing disproportionately and negatively impacts inland residents and that attacks the very livelihood of our most vulnerable populations. If adopting the regulations that exploit these inequities is wrong, we need to work together to do better. Additionally, this proposal is yet another unfunded mandate by the state, which means you're ultimately placing the financial burden on our water users. What is proposed will force agencies to radically shift how we operate and how we deliver services, resulting in fiscally unsustainable shifts in programming costs. You're forcing agencies to pass through rates that are likely unsustainable by residents of the communities we serve. These investments will likely require great investments and may not meet the standards and will not guarantee compliance. We've heard today it's a behavior change, it's a paradigm shift. We can't do that overnight, and 10 years feels like overnight to a water agency. This approach is not fiscally responsible or inclusive, and it's the wrong way to encourage long-term behavior change. Western Water urges you to reconsider this one-size-fits-all approach, address the onerous administrative requirements and costly resourcing, adjust the currently unattainable outdoor standard of 0.55 in 2035, and truly consider the disparate conditions you're creating across the state. The needs of our disadvantaged communities are worth more consideration than a variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Just keep going. Andrea Abergel, next.
Hi, good evening. I did cut a couple sentences, so I'm going to move through this. Good evening, Chair and board members. Appreciate your time. It's been a long day. Andrea Abergel with the California Municipal Utilities Association. CMUI represents 60 public water agencies that deliver water to over 75% of Californians. Today, you've heard a lot. You've heard a lot from our members, from other water agencies. They're just a snapshot of the information due to limited time to provide comment. So we at CMUA are working with other associations to collectively help the board modify these regs while working with our members on how to comply. So I greatly appreciate the attention given. I know this isn't going to be an easy road. That being said, we do see many substantive changes that are needed. What I wanted to address today is just twofold. First, I wanted to restate the entire water community's willingness and dedication to conservation. These water agencies have spent considerable time and money on local programs and efforts to react to the onslaught of dry conditions, and in recent years to prepare for a continuation of dry years. We know that our climate is that of peaks and valleys with water supply, but as water use continues to go down while population increases. So the work that's being done is very significant. The proposed regulations' aggressive timeline and low targets don't acknowledge the extensive work that's already been done. The second thing I wanted to address is legislative intent. AB 1668 and SB 606 were intended to give urban retail water suppliers flexibility to implement individual standards to reach their urban water use objective. We're concerned that the proposed regulation goes beyond efficiency and the statutory authority granted in the bills, and instead seeks to achieve the lowest possible water use by ratcheting down each standard. Pushing beyond a reasonable attainable level of efficiency carries significant affordability and quality of life ramifications for Californians. The proposed regulatory cost of $13.5 billion statewide does not include all costs suppliers will face and ultimately be required to pass on to their customers. The benefits are overstated and the costs are understated. These concerns raise questions about unintended consequences that we've heard today to DECs, recycled water, tree health. The legislature spent nearly 2 years working with all stakeholders to develop this Making Conservation a Way of Life legislation, and those decisions were deliberate and thoughtful. The bill struck a careful balance between increasing efficiency requirements while avoiding those unintended consequences. So it's imperative that the proposed regs adhere to that statutory direction. So just to close, I ask that you keep an open mind, as you have been, to the thoughtful recommendations made today and that will be provided to you in writing. They're intended to help all of us achieve the state's conservation goals, not to thwart any of those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abergel. Really appreciate those comments and the continued engagement and patience in what has been a long discussion, but really critical one, and appreciate the balance amongst everyone. Next, I'd like to call up, I think it's David Cowie, or Coxey. Apologies, and ignore the late beep. You did well, Ms. Abergel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Chair Esquivel and board. Thank you for your stamina. My name is David Coxey. I'm with the Bella Vista Water District. We're a small agency. You haven't heard too many small agency perspectives, but I'll provide one this evening. I've pared down my comments because they've been well covered by the larger agencies. The district is located in the Redding area at the northern end of the Great Central Valley, Interior Valley, very high temperatures. We're an urban water provider as defined by the state. However, the district is really more rural in nature. About a third of the area covers portions of the city of Redding, and about 2/3 of the district is actually very low density, large parcels with a rural customer class that we have, and also agricultural customers. So we provide municipal water to rural residential, we provide agricultural water, and we have a Central Valley project contract for water service. Some quick stats, we're at just under 20,000 in terms of population. We have 6,300 active connections. We operate a 52 million gallon per day treatment plant, a T5 treatment system, a D3 distribution system with about 235 miles of pipe, 10 pressure zones. The origin of the district is really, the beginning was 1964 with the expansion of the Central Valley Project. We are actually the Cow Creek unit of the Central Valley Project, and a water service contractor. We do not have a diverse supply. Although our land use is very diverse, our supply is not. We're almost entirely dependent on CVP allocation, and as you know, those have been reduced significantly in years past. In 2022, we received a zero allocation for not only agricultural use, but for M&I use. There's a lot of colleagues and water managers here today. Very few have faced a zero water supply for their community. Some quick bullet points is the regulation is currently proposed is complex, very burdensome for a small agency, and will absolutely require additional staffing and reassignment of current staff that presently focus on infrastructure and operations issues. The district is already challenged with recruiting qualified staff. We believe the compliance deadline is unreasonable, as the district will need time to evaluate and implement cost-effective options for compliance, as well as train staff for those roles. We have very serious concerns with the overall compliance and implementation costs that have yet to be incorporated into rates, which takes us in the wrong direction with regard to affordability. We believe there are many unintended consequences, and I'd like to delve into a couple of those today. As a Central Valley Project contractor, their definition of shortages, their shortage policy, is that shortage years are allocated based on the prior 3 years of unconstrained use. As we're ratcheted down in regular years, that will further reduce supply. So I'll cut my comments off there. I'd like to delve into that further. There's comments made earlier that the goal as proposed does not achieve supply reliability and affordability. Takes us actually in the opposite direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. We need to take a break for the court reporter and for all of our benefit, knowing I know it kind of here pushes further the amount of time we'll be here, but let's quickly take a 10-ish minute break and come back here at 7:30 and continue on. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. I know it's late. Okay, everyone, it is 7:35. I again appreciate that the conversations and opportunity to connect here is it's appreciated. Let's get back to our commenters. And I want to acknowledge again our folks on the platform who we will be going to here. I see hands again for those that have time constraints here, and want to acknowledge Andrea Hedstrom. We will get to you first because I know we tried to earlier, and just appreciate everyone's patience both with the Zoom platform and just the number of commenters we have as we try to get through everyone. So let's first call up here Bill McDonnell, who will be followed by Harold Tapley, and then we'll go to a few folks on the platform.
Thank you.
Good to
Thank you,
see you.
Chair, members of the board. My name is Bill McDonnell. I'm the Water Efficiency Manager at the Metropolitan Water District. And you don't know how excited it is to see your name scroll by. It's like winning the lotto. You're like, yes, yes, I've been here all day.
Yes.
And I know you have too, so you're earning your keep. So as you know, Metropolitan is a wholesaler in Southern California. We represent hundreds of water utilities and half the state's population, 19 million people. So everybody knows that. And so these comments today are for our agencies, because Metropolitan as a wholesaler won't be filling out the forms and doing reports, but we have hundreds of utilities, all different, coastal, inland, and so forth. And one of the biggest things, excuse me, that we see, first off, I do want to say that we will be submitting a letter, and there's going to be about a dozen tweaks that we would like to see that we're going to be submitting. But one of the key ones that I want to talk about is there's a lot of language in the framework now, and it talks about the supplier will design and implement. The supplier will have a staff. The supplier will have a landscape expert, and the supplier will do this, and the supplier will do that. Well, other people have talked about this, and having hundreds of programs in Southern California doesn't make sense. So years ago, we created a regional program. So some of these suppliers don't need to have a landscape expert. We have the landscape expert. They don't need to have the commercial program. We have the commercial program. And I know that's your intent, but the language is really not written that way. So that's kind of one of the big things, is we really want to make sure that the framework allows that type of thing. And one of the key things too is that not just regional wholesaler programs, but you heard Pacific Institute talk today. We partner with Pacific Institute where they manage a program for multifamily leak detection, and we participate in that. So you could have an NGO doing a program. We do probably a half a dozen or more programs with Southern California Gas. So you could have an energy utility doing a program, and that's kind of become the framework now, is these one-stop shops. So I really want to make sure that we allow that. I know I'm running out of time, so one of the last things I do want to talk about is kind of like treetop. If you think about it, California's been the leader in water efficiency. When you know, I've been doing this, I hate to admit it, for 40 years. And and I'm in the bottom of the ninth inning, as they say in my career. And I kind of feel bad for some of these folks that will have to now do things, and if it doesn't fit the framework, they won't be able to do those programs. I was lucky in my 40-year career to come up with innovative programs, research, and things like that. And right now, you would really, if you were starting out in the business, you'd have to look and say, is this program going to fit within the framework? Whether it saved water or helped the commercial customer or helped the residential customer. If it doesn't fit in that framework, I'm not sure you're going to be spending that money doing it. And we do things now. We do grant programs for new technologies. Where does that fit in the framework? Maybe in the future that money will be spent somewhere else. So the framework is great, but it needs some tweaks and tunes, and there's some real experts here. Do this 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, some days 10, like today, and, like Nate and other folks. And I really think that the state board should sit down with a small group of people that do implementation and work with them to kind of work the bugs out so this framework is an amazing house. That's what we really want. We have the framework. We just really need to finish it off. And thank you for your time, and hope you get to go home soon.
No, thank you for your time, and importantly, just really well-structured and thought-out comments after, I know a long day. Just thank you. I know at your previous presentations before this board and the long just championship and leadership accounts for a lot. And know that, to your point, I think the framework is there. And what I'll be interested in making sure that we're understanding is how much of it is just spelled out by the legislation itself, which, I think we can make sure we have the right balance around. So I appreciate it, Mr. McDonald. Thank you. Mr. Tapley, and then we'll go to our commenters on the platform.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This is my grandson, Logan, 4th generation builder of swimming pools. I am a swimming pool contractor. My name is Harold Tapley of Aquos Pools, and just want to confirm that water is a precious resource, and it's our responsibility to use it wisely. Today, I'd like to share how, as a state of California licensed family swimming pool contractor since 1977, we've implemented the reuse of water from swimming pools. The process appears to be financial kryptonite to our industry, like catalytic converters were to cars, but it's a needed sustainable solution for water conservation, along with the protection of our environment from chemicals constantly dumped and diluted into our water system. Swimming pools are a wonderful source of recreation and healthy exercise, but they also consume water through one of the most water-intensive aspects of water maintenance, or pool maintenance, cleaning the filter, allowing chlorine, salts, acids, and algicide metals to enter our ecosystem, and then requiring replacement of that water to be added back to the process of the pool. The backwash or filter cartridge cleaning process is necessary to clean pool filters, but with 1.3 million residential pools in California, it results in 20,000 acre feet or 6.5 billion gallons of pre-treated fresh water being discharged and wasted per year. Commercial waste on pools is even more excessive. However, we now have a better way, a method that has gone through years of analysis and received 100% approval vote at the NSF Joint Committee, consisting of representatives from the CDC, environmental health, industry professionals, and product manufacturers, to add the method to the NSF ANSI Canadian 50 standard in 2024. By implementing a system method that can be applied to any pool, recycling its pre-treated water, we can reduce pool water consumption, conserve resources, and contribute to the ecological protection and a more sustainable future. The reuse of backwash water is achieved through settling, filtration, and chemical treatment processes. Once the water is properly treated, it can be safely reintroduced into the filtration system, effectively reducing the need for fresh water replenishment. As a national top 50 builder here in the United States, we have spent many years refining and installing this method for our customers, over 400 of them that have clearly appreciate the value of every drop of water being saved, contributing to a more sustainable and water-conscious world. Swimming pools are valuable in many ways. Pools provide jobs for over 50,000 people in California. They make water available for fighting fires, or like in Maui, where many lives were saved by jumping into pools when they had no other options. The reuse of pre-treated water from backwash water from swimming pools is a smart and responsible way for our industry to address water scarcity and promote sustainability. By embracing this technology, we can continue to enjoy our pools, but also ensure that the future generations can do the same. Let's work together for sustainability for our future.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments, Mr. Tapley, and your time here and participation in the discussion. Thank you. Next, let's go to a few folks on the platform, and would like to first try to circle back here to Andrea Hedstrom.
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Hedstrom.
Hello?
Hi. Keep continuing to speak, but I apologize. It sounds like you're cutting out.
I want to tell you.
Yeah. Ms. Hedstrom, are you able to hear us? Okay. Apologize, Ms. Hedstrom. I think your connection is having challenges, and so we'll, again, try to contact you and make sure we get your feedback. I think you're having some technical challenges, so apologies. Next, I'd like to go to Deirdre Desjardins. We'll be followed by Andrew Kanzler. Ms. Desjardins?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to thank the board and the chair and members for their stamina tonight. My organization, California Water Research, has advocated for the use of best available science in climate adaptation in the California water sector for over a decade. And I wanted to say the California Water Board has been a national and perhaps global leader in climate adaptation in the water sector. And I wanted to thank the staff for the effort they've put into this draft conservation as a way of life regulation. And we do support it. I am saddened by proposals today for delay. We cannot be sugarcoating the risk of more extreme droughts, and we cannot be waiting. California has already seen increased atmospheric thirst and drying of watersheds in the hotter droughts of the 2010s. This year, we've seen a staggering increase in global temperatures. About the September temperature data, which just came in, climate scientist Zeke Hausfather said, "This month was, in my professional opinion as a climate scientist, absolutely gobsmacking bananas." JRA 55 beat the prior monthly record by over 0.5 degrees centigrade and was 1.8 degrees centigrade warmer than pre-industrial levels. We've already seen a dramatic worldwide increase in heat extremes in the 2010s, with 3 standard deviation heat waves increasing 90-fold and 1,000-fold increase in 4 standard deviation events. It was over 115 degrees in Sacramento and other inland locations this summer. This will continue, and it is maladaptive to continue to try to have large decorative lawns with these kinds of extreme temperatures. The Water Board must set clear numeric conservation standards. Atmospheric thirst is like another water user in a watershed, and in the 2020s, it will take an even greater share than it did in the drought years of the 2010s. Proposals to mitigate increasing hot droughts by constructing more storage are a field of dreams strategy. Water agency folks hope that if we build more dams, the water to fill them will come. But the most recent climate research is pointing to increasing uncertainty about whether the frequency of atmospheric rivers on the West Coast will increase or decrease with climate change. So far, in the 21st century, there's been a decrease, and recent climate model experiments suggest this could continue. Conservation is the low-hanging fruit for climate adaptation in the water sector, and I believe that proposed regulations will be much less costly than delay and denial. The time to act is now. And I do appreciate the concerns the water agencies have expressed about implementation, but I wanted to also ask that environmental and climate NGOs be at the table as the regulations are revised. It's critically important to achieve the goals of the 2018 legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I appreciate those comments. You're sticking with us. I know, again, for everyone, it's been a long day. Next, we'll call up Andrew Kensler and then go back to folks here in the room with Megan Marino.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Andrew Kanzler. I work for the city of Anaheim as the water conservation manager for there. I've been in the industry for 15 years, but I'm not here to speak on behalf of Anaheim. So officially starting now, I'm off the clock. I am here to speak on behalf of disadvantaged communities. I am in a disadvantaged community. Up until 7 years ago, I was considered low income. I still consider myself low income because, as you know, being poor is very expensive. So there's still that debt to pay. So I have heard a lot of folks speak for disadvantaged community members, but I haven't heard anyone who is a disadvantaged community member speak. So this is me doing that. I'm a former board member of Orange County Environmental Justice. I've taught landscape architecture at Cal Poly Pomona, regenerative sustainability at Cal Poly Pomona, and environmental studies at Cal State Fullerton. And our numbers track with Ciello's presentation, Nate Adams' presentation, and with Joe Berg's numbers, where he talked about the cost. I want to expand on that a little bit with Ciello. What he didn't mention was that native landscape with 100% DRIP or climate-ready landscape with 100% DRIP is a design standard of 0.31, and he was able to achieve 0.45. So that's 145% difference. So you can see that even designing to a lower standard, you get a higher water use. Expanding on Joe Berg's numbers, we actually came up with the same numbers independently. This is the first time I'm hearing his numbers, and we track right along with him as well with what he was saying about the cost of programs. What he didn't mention was that is 50% of our existing entire utility budget, using Anaheim as an example. That means that taking Anaheim as an example, the disadvantaged community, which they are eligible for in the reg, except that they don't meet the 80%, those disadvantaged communities, they will see their bills or their costs, whether we charge them for the rebates or they do the conversions themselves, an increase of 50% on their water bills. That is a huge increase that happens immediately in order to meet the goals. If we didn't meet the goals and we tried to use the aggregate and attempt to meet it on the indoor residential, that's 32 GPCD. Very difficult number to achieve. I only mention this because these DAC communities are going to suffer because that's a 50% increase of the entire budget. So 33% of the budget will be very hard for our customers to achieve. For example, we also are an energy utility. The energy utility requires a 1% of their budget to go towards energy efficiency programs. And as you know, energy is the cause of a lot of these issues with climate change. So I want to mention also that Nate Adams, Fiona, those cities are also in Orange County. Those are wealthy cities who have been able to invest in recycled water and those kinds of things. Those are places of privilege where they have multiple staff, and it's a lot easier for them to achieve these goals, and they're having problems with it already. So from a DAC perspective, as a member of a DAC community living in a DAC, recently low income, this is going to be a big impact and something that the environmental justice community, once they become aware of it, may have a problem with. This is something that is considered, environmental problems are generally considered something for the privileged to be able to participate in. And this is going to exacerbate the ability of low-income residents, people in DAC communities, to be able to participate in these communities. It's going to make it very difficult for them. So our recommendation, at least my recommendation, is to go with a 0.63 and add an additional 5 years. That way, cities with low-income communities can incrementally increase their budgets over time, rather than an overnight 50% increase in their budget. These are numbers that we looked at, we examined, we looked at, can we do this and how much is it going to cost? This is what we came up with, and this is realistic. On the other hand, as an employee of the City of Anaheim, I would love to have that budget. So take that in consideration too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanzler. We'll take all of it into consideration and just appreciate your experience and your voice here amongst the work and look forward to what's a lot more discussion here amongst us. Next, I'd like to call up on my list, Ms. Moreno.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Megan Marino. I'm a water use efficiency specialist with the Alameda County Water District, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present. I've actually crossed out my notes from good morning to good afternoon to good evening, but we're almost at the end, so we'll all say good night soon. Thank you again for the opportunity. The Alameda County Water District is a retail water provider serving over 346,000 people in the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City in the southern region of the SF Bay Area. We've been an advocate for water use efficiency and embraced conservation as part of our long-term supply for over 30 years. Recently, in 2020, we've developed a water efficiency master plan that outlines our next 30 years of investment in water conservation and totals over $30 million. And we agree that the state does need these regulations, and we want to work with our customers to strive to achieve the objective, but there are a few concerns in the provisions that we want to specify here tonight. One is we'd like to again ask the board to consider a more gradual ramp down of the landscape efficiency factors to balance water efficiency pressures of agencies to achieve results with the industry adoption, market transformation, and necessary behavioral changes. In our experience running these programs, we know that turf removal projects are expensive and complex, and while newer landscapes may be designed to these standards, there's so much more that goes into the total profile of a water use of a landscape. For example, irrigation systems need constant maintenance, and to perform optimally, we know from experience this is not always practical in the field. I'd like to reiterate the extension of the I&I 20% buffer past the 2027 year, just because we know that there's inherent error in the data, the measurement, the classification, as well as weather station, location, and accuracy. Switching to CIBMPs, ACWD would like to request the state to reconsider the timelines associated with developing BMPs. As the currently proposed, agencies are required to identify these BMPs before they even know the composition of classified CIIs in their service area. And again, just to ask for more time to develop BMPs, because in our experience developing programs, it can take over a year to launch. And we really start with the research and analysis to ensure that the program can do what it's intended to do and answer the question, does a program like this have demonstrated water savings? Because it's important that agency time and effort actually does produce water savings and efficiency gains. ACWD's requests for more time are intended to reduce the burden on all Californians by allowing a more reasonable timeline to achieve these standards, making the amount of change and associated costs more gradual. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call up Ton Moody.
Good evening, Board Chair and members. My name's Tom Moody. I'm with the City of Corona Department of Water and Power. We serve water, sewer, electric, and recycled water, and we've been doing that since we've been serving recycled water since early 2000. We have a very comprehensive system, and like other agencies, we are well engaged in water conservation efforts. And I won't go into that. The interesting thing that I've heard throughout this day is I've been in this industry almost 30 years, and I've never heard anything but conservation. We've talked about conservation at our agency, and most agencies have talked about conservation since I've been working here, coming out of the construction industry. I will say today that the 2035 landscape efficiency factor is too aggressive, and it makes it very unattainable for the Inland Empire region. Every morning I look out and I get to see the Ortega Mountains, and I live below the Ortega Mountains, and I watch that cloud roll right up to the Ortega Mountains, and it gets right to the top, and then it rolls right back out to the ocean. Never crests that mountain, and it really does make a huge difference when you don't get any of that precipitation that the inland empire or that the coastal regions get. And I think a lot of what we heard today was from coastal agencies, and it does make a difference. And so I encourage you to keep that 0.8 for the inland empire and Central Valley areas that don't receive that precipitation from the coastal agencies. That's flexibility and that's responsibility that I think you guys can manage. The draft regulations are disproportionate and negatively impact the inland agencies serving residents in disadvantaged communities. Your map shows that, our data shows that. The proposed regulations impose unfunded mandates focusing water suppliers to pass through the financial increases to our customers. That's not financially responsible. Your staff talked about the affordability of conservation studies, and they mentioned Gilbert, Arizona. That's $1 billion a year city budget. They have a lot of different dynamics going on in that area. They're doing water storage. My city manager actually came from Gilbert, Arizona. There's a lot going on there, and I talk with that agency quite a bit. When you're using 20 units of water, you have room to move. You have a little bit of ability to cut back here or cut back there. When you're on a fixed income using 3 units of water, you don't. And it's going to hurt. And this will hurt them. This will hurt the disadvantaged. This will hurt the fixed income and the elderly. The state board is overstepping its regulatory authority, and the proposed regulations we don't believe are aligned with the 2018 legislation. Inland regions have leveraged enhanced conservation efforts. We've had to. We've been doing this a long time. This isn't new to us. And it's challenging that this is being put forward in this way that, conservation isn't going to solve this. The governor comes back. You've heard this a number of times. The governor comes back and says, we need to increase more housing. Great. Increase more housing. For every 100 homes the governor requests, I want 10 foot put on top of every existing dam in this state, right? That solves the water supply.
Mr. Moody, just because we did see a lot of graphs showing population increase and, per capita usage, what's the link there, I guess, when it comes to expansion of housing and population?
Right, we know conservation works, but conservation has hit a point where it's hardening. How much more are we going to get out of it? I don't believe the $13 billion that we're going to be investing in the next period of time. One, I don't believe that number to be accurate. And two, I don't believe that investment is going to be well spent to get the numbers that we're going to achieve. We're going to have to find the supply elsewhere, and this just isn't enough to do that. The state has more work to do in this, and I think that we can get there. My 3 asks for you today is keep an efficiency factor at 0.8 for the inland central areas. You've mentioned this a number of times. If this isn't a stick, then move the enforcement out to 2035. Don't hold that over our heads. And then before you guys make a decision, make sure that this is the best use of our resources. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I want to remind folks that it's through legislative direction that the board is developing budgets that at this point, 5 years of work has gone into. So ascribing, too much of a personal attack from the board on, the good work of folks, doesn't help too much sometimes. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm a policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I'd like to focus the first part of my comment actually on the benefits that have not been recognized here today. We're in support of these regulations for many reasons, and one of them is that conserved water is the most environmentally beneficial source of water. A major source of pollution is urban drool, as the popular name, but dry weather runoff. It's a significant source of pollution. It's a chronic source of pollution. It happens even without rain. And the main source of it is from over-irrigating landscapes. And so a benefit that we haven't heard about is the environmental benefit of creating more efficient landscapes in that sense. Second part of this is that when you start to look outside of the community for water, California we transport water everywhere, and there's environmental benefits, harms that come with that. especially when that water is becoming less and less reliable. We've heard today issues with the Colorado River. We know that snowpack is going to be decreasing over time, and when SGMA becomes more implemented, we see that these overdrafted basins are going to have to find different ways of dealing with their water, and these conservation regulations are going to be a big part of that. In the same vein as that, we heard a lot today about the administrative prices increasing for these conservation regulations. Those administrative prices are going to increase whenever a new source of water is attained, and those prices are going to be shared out the same way. And so I don't want the board to think that it's conservation is this massive harm and there's nothing else. It really is, when we find new sources of water, those prices are going to increase, and that's a pattern we've seen over time in California as well. Another important thing I want to comment on that I haven't heard today is that this is what the people want. Through political will and through the legislature, year after year, we see laws passed that people want a robust legislative framework that helps conservation throughout the state. And so I want the board to be aware that many people have been here today, but the people of California are large and varied, and through that method, they've requested the board to do this and to do other things as well. I mean, AB 1572 was not yet signed, but another kind of idea of what conservation we need in the state. I want to thank the board for building more flexibility into these regulations. We heard that is a big deal, specifically with the alternative compliance pathways. Then we need some, honing in as we go there, but that is a good way to listen to the issues that have been heard, and we want to compliment the board on that. We also want to focus on this CCK, is it really in favor of numeric objectives to meet? We're a big fan of the I&I sunsetting in 2027. That's a good goal to meet. In addition, we heard some things about a margin instead of a numeric. I'm a bit confused by that because a margin is going to have a lower threshold that is the numeric, and so it just seems to be extending the goal to be on the lower side, so I want to caution the board in that regard. Finally, I just want to urge the board to recognize all of the benefits that come with proactive conservation instead of reactive conservation, which is the way that California currently deals with this. We have our urban water management plans, we have our drought contingency plans, and those are really strict. All of a sudden you can't water your lawn, that's how these lawns die, that's how these trees die, instead of building in a conservation mindset and building in these drought-resistant landscapes. So I want to thank the board for your time today.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Phillips. I really appreciate those comments. And hear, again, everyone's collective patience as we go through and hear a lot of voices amongst us, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jacob DeFont.
Members of the board, thank you, Chair. My name is Jacob DeFont, and I'm here on behalf of Agricultural Council of California. We represent 15,000 farmers across the state of California, ranging from small farmer-owned businesses to some of the world's best-known brands. And recently, within our membership, we've also begun to represent nursery farmers and horticultural producers who grow and sell plants to resale and landscape outlets. Because of our nursery membership, we all have also been closely working on this regulation, and as some of you may remember, Ag Council has been heavily engaged on drinking water issues here at the board. First and foremost, we're concerned about the technical feasibility of the outdoor regulation. While there's anecdotal evidence that these numbers are achievable in certain pockets of California, it comes at great cost to ratepayers and landscapers. To not only implement but also maintain some of these landscapes and irrigation technologies. It's likely that this standard cannot be adopted statewide because of technological infeasibility given the economic and environmental diversity of our state. Therefore, we support the concept of a regulatory compliance range to address variances in natural environments, regional climates, soil types, and availability of necessary technology in various regions throughout a diverse and very large state. Our council supports many of the previously mentioned programs, such as urban greening. However, we should be considering dedicated programs for the purposes of transforming landscapes. Additionally, we continue to urge the board to continue to support and pursue incentive dollars from the general fund to support transformation of communities and landscapes. While the horizon in this regulation is tight from a compliance standpoint, it's likely we will have a turnaround in the general fund ahead of this time frame, and we urge the State Water Board to consider programs that might utilize some of those available dollars to help assist with the regulation and take the burden off some of our ratepayers. We'll also be submitting more detailed written comments and can answer any questions the board may have tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeFont. I appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Jessica Sanders, who will be followed by Christina Gollard.
Hello again. I am still Amy Talbot, but now I'm representing the Sacramento Tree Foundation as one of their board members. So Jessica Sanders, our executive director, was planning on being here today, but the later timing didn't work out. So Jessica has a PhD in urban community forestry. She wanted to provide her insights as both a researcher and a practitioner, and the following text is directly from Jessica in first person. So when I say I, do not mean me. I appreciate the creation of irrigation budgets by models and simulations. However, in my experience, these models are not reflective of real life and will only cause a decrease in overall tree canopy, moving us further from resilience and sustainability goals. But they will ensure the areas that need trees the most do not get them further increasing the tree inequity throughout our wonderful state. While the goal to decrease outdoor water usage should be applauded, the general irrigation budget of 0.55 in 2035 is a design standard and not achievable in reality to support existing trees. The 0.55 budget is further decreased by the inclusion of effective rainfall with the assumption that rain falls equally and that all trees can use it. While we can move to plant climate-ready and resilient trees, in order for us to be able to do that, we need these trees to be grown in a large quantity by the nursery industry, which is not currently done. At the Sacramento Tree Foundation, we are always looking for low water use trees to plant to ensure that trees we get today will be able to deal with our changing climate tomorrow. And it is a struggle and sometimes not possible to get the trees the research has recommended from local nurseries in the quantity we need. We plant more than 15,000 trees per year. Furthermore, the trees planted today that are deemed climate ready do not have additional budget. The most beneficial tree to our environment is the one planted yesterday. With no accommodation of the trees already planted having allowance for additional water, we are setting ourselves up for jeopardizing existing tree health. A common misconception about trees is that the root structure looks similar to their branches. However, a tree looks more like a wine glass on top of a dinner plate. We want trees to have root growth that is far beyond their trunk. The root growth helps the sustainability to wind, storms, and resilience through periods of drought. Therefore, the climate-ready tree temporary provision 1 square foot allocation should be increased to account for the extended canopy area. I'm meeting Jessica, fully support long-term water efficiency, and I am also most concerned about the vulnerable populations that currently are under canopied areas. Renters typically live in these areas, and trees are a challenge to convince a landlord to place. They defer to impervious surfaces like rocks, plastic turf, and concrete. These impervious surfaces create an impenetrable barrier when rainwater falls, which further causes stormwater issues. While it may sound simple enough to provide a voucher or rebate to these under-canopied households, you're asking a community who may not have the disposable income to make upfront investments in areas they do not own. The proposed regulation as it stands will further increase urban heat islands, vulnerable communities, and create lasting hurdles for the communities it seeks to help most. I applaud the fact that California is trying to conserve its water and think of future generations. I am, however, concerned that the science is not based in reality nor grounded in daily practice and will, in fact, cause us to lose the majority of the trees. Should you have any additional questions about these comments, please direct them to Jessica, and know that the Sacramento Tree Foundation will be submitting written comments as well. And I hope I did her justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talbot. You did, and thank you, Ms. Sanders, in absence. Next, I'd like to call up Christina Gollert, and I do have a hand up on the platform, and then would like to call Jennifer Shim. Okay, then, Ms. Gollert is. Oh, no, okay. Then, yeah, I would like to go to Jennifer Shim on the platform then. Thank you, clerk.
Good evening. You hear and see me?
We can. Good evening. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Well, hello from Vegas, Las Vegas.
You can go to sleep there
good
anyway, I
evening.
hear, so you're good.
Okay. So my name is Jennifer, or Jenna Shimon. I'm the Director of Water Use Efficiency with Eastern Municipal Water District. I appreciate the opportunity to comment after hours and hours and hours of you hearing all of us. And so today I'll be speaking on behalf of Eastern Municipal Water District, but also partly on behalf of some of our retail agencies who were not able to come today. You heard from two of them, but I also would like to make some comments on behalf of the cities of Hemet and San Jacinto, as well as Lake Hemet Municipal Water District. So we serve nearly 1 million people living and are working in our 558 square mile service area. We're located in Western Riverside County, and we have made decades worth of investments and efforts towards water use efficiency. And while we will continue to make them as it is part of our culture, we do have concerns about our ability to comply with the proposed regulatory framework as it is written. We do agree that conservation should be a California way of life. However, it needs to be handled in a manner that is implementable, attainable, and will actually result in water savings. I would like to echo many of the comments made by my colleagues today. We've sat in many meetings together and formed, kind of a cohesive message. So I would like to touch on some things that weren't as touched upon and are more specific to my service area. First, I'll touch on timeframes. So there are temporary provisions for water uses that are not temporary. And for example, pools are permanent fixtures and they're given a temporary provision. So we are requesting that they be given the 1.0 of a net ETO in perpetuity. Another example would be the irrigable not irrigated, in which we know a portion of this will be irrigated each year, especially during dry months. A statewide study found that the average of this is 20%, and so therefore this usage should be included in our calculation for the outdoor standard, also in perpetuity. And lastly, on timeframes, I would just like to touch on the identification of CII landscape areas with dedicated irrigation meters and CII classifications are spaced out over several years, but we're simultaneously being asked to take action upon these types of customers and these uses, which kind of puts our efforts in conflict. Not as much maybe for my agency, but definitely for the smaller agencies that have less staff and resources. And so it would make more sense if these were, and be a better use of supplier resources if these were, identifications were done first and then implementing programs and resources to those water uses. And next I'll touch on variances and bonus incentives. Reportings for these shouldn't be required on an annual basis unless a supplier has significant changes to report. It's partly to mitigate undue burden on suppliers' resources, but also on the state's resources. As you know, there's almost 400 suppliers that will have to comply with this. Having to ask the state staff to look at 400 potential, different variances, is not fair to anyone. And also, it's kind of a drain on our time. So to mitigate this, having them have to be recertified every 5 years would be a far better use of everyone's time. Also, just the data that's required to collect on these and then turn into the staff, it would just be a better use of everyone's resources. Also, in consideration of variances, we would request that if any combination of variances equal 5% or greater, so one is 2% and one is 3%, as long as they total 5% or greater, we would ask that that be considered, since it is a water use that is in addition to the current calculation, and it should be considered if the supplier has or is willing to gather the data on that. And next, I'll touch on recycled water, as it is a big priority for Eastern Municipal. So in order to ensure there's no unintended consequences, if other regulations should be changed in the future, the inclusion of recycled water and the definition of a CII special landscape area should not be tied to the MWELA language. It should be codified in the regulations as much as we have made across the state. Most investments have been made to utilize recycled water. Additionally, suppliers shouldn't have to submit for permission to use the residential special landscape area square footage. This should be a component of the residential outdoor calculation, similar to the way the CII outdoor standard is calculated. Suppliers should submit supporting documentation, but it should only be on an annual basis if the supplier has significant changes to report. Otherwise, similar to my suggestion on variances, it should be every 5 years. And many of these items in the draft regulations we feel are an overreach and go outside of the scope of the original legislation. The sections surrounding non-functional turf and a requirement to commit 40% of program funds towards disadvantaged communities are already working through a legislative process, and that should be allowed to continue and should not be included in these regulations. And to end, I would just like to say that while Eastern has many resources to help in our efforts, our smaller retail agencies, like many agencies across the state, have very limited resources. And our retail agencies are facing reductions ranging from 14 to 34%. And so we really ask greatly that the state please provide technical support and funding to help aid in these efforts, no matter the size of your agency, but especially for those facing these higher reductions. And that's all I have. Have a great evening.
You have a great evening as well. Thank you, Ms. Shimon. I appreciate those comments. And here, I know, sticking with us, and hope the conference is going well with, I know, a lot of the colleagues out there. Next, I'd like to call up Quinn Peterson.
Hi, thank you. I don't have a life, but I'm sure you do, so I'm grateful that you gave it up for tonight. My name is Quinn Peterson. I'm with a company called R.H. Borden. We exist to provide data to collection system operators. And so my comments aren't going to be about the substance of the rulemaking. What I wanted to do is just let you know about some things that you might not know about that are going to affect the collection system. There are some changes happening with technology, and these changes are already beginning to happen in parts of the state. They will affect the costs referred to on page 11 of the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. An example of the magnitude of some of these changes are, we estimate that about 7,000 acre-feet of water are currently being used to clean pipes. Once this technology has been widely rolled out, we see that as dropping down below 1,000 acre-feet. So there will be a commensurate decrease in costs as well. I'll be providing some comments about that describe the technology. But I also want to let the staff know that I'm happy to help them understand the implications of some of these things as you look at the other side of how this is going to affect collection systems. That's all I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that perspective, and do please connect further with our folks. Next, I'd like to call up Beth Olhasso, followed by Martha Davis. I believe our last in-room commenter will be Nicholas Schneider.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members. Beth Olasso on behalf of the Inland Empire Utilities Agency. I think I'm rounding out a very strong presence of the Inland Empire here today and this evening. You can tell that it's a very big concern from San Bernardino all the way through Riverside County, so I'm glad to be part of the chorus. As you know, IUA is a producer of significant amounts of recycled water and is in the process of adding a new advanced water purification facility. In deference to time, I'll associate my recycled water comments with those of water reuse, and we'll just move on. IUA and its member agencies have invested over $20 million to remove 10 million square feet of turf over the past 20 years. Very proud of that number and that investment that our ratepayers have made. To meet the 2035 standard, IUA member agencies would need to remove another 250 million square feet. That's a lot. And to get this type of buy-in from customers, because it has to be voluntary, incentives will have to be significantly increased, totaling about $1 billion, all front-loaded in the next few years to reach the goals and mandates that we will have to achieve. Because that's pretty much unattainable and very, very expensive, we request a 10-year extension for compliance. As you've heard from multiple agencies, and we've talked about kind of different types of extensions throughout the day, but I think that's very worthy of consideration. That extension would be helpful, but still recognize it's going to be very expensive for us to comply with this throughout the Inland Empire. Yes, we look forward to submitting further comments, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Really appreciate the comments and looking forward to, again, those written. Martha Davis.
Oh my, good evening. Thank you very much. I'm very impressed by how you can sit here. This is just amazing as you listen to all of us. Thank you very much. Martha Davis, here on behalf of the Mono Lake Committee. I'm a board member, but I am retired from the Inland Empire Utilities Agency, where I worked for 13 years and was an assistant general manager for policy development. And quite frankly, it was in this room with Joe Grindstaff and Paul Jones when we were talking about the challenge for water agencies of having mandatory cutbacks and how hard they were on our communities. And a better approach would be to have a water budget that would then give us efficiency standards that would then be applied to local conditions so they would be fair. And it's amazing to be here at this culmination, really, of the process that went from that recommendation to the legislation to here today. And thank you very much for the way in which you've been working together with us in the water community and the environmental community to try and figure out how, Bill really said it very well, McDonald, that this is about a framework for moving forward to a much more progressive lean into climate resilience for our communities, and how water conservation, specifically efficiency, not just cutting water, but actually making our usage more efficiently, coming up with strategies to target where are we wasting that water, and recognizing the value to our communities of these investments over time. Just a couple of quick points. I really appreciated your statement of reason, and I have been starting to share it with people that are working within the climate resilience landscape transformation community, because it's the recognition of the multiple benefits to our communities that is the critical element of why we're here today, trying to figure out how to lean into a more climate resilient future. And the listing is comprehensive. I really appreciate the water quality piece of it, the fire resilience, what it means to be having landscapes that are doing a better job of infiltrating water into the ground. And earlier today, we heard presentations that talked about how we can actually look at landscape transformation through the lens of solving many of the community's problems that we have to deal with. And that includes within the disadvantaged communities. I really resonate with the comment that we do not have a lot of disadvantaged communities today talking to you. And this is going to be a really important part of the conversation, because we have a lot of concerns of if we do landscape transformation incorrectly, who gets hurt? And there's no question that people have been very concerned that we're going to end up with rocks in their landscapes. But the conversation that is occurring within the disadvantaged communities, for example, Redesign LA, working with community groups, the discussion is an engagement with the community about the community they want to have and what problems are they trying to solve. There's some great materials coming out of UCLA right now talking about engagement with communities isn't telling them what they need. Engagements with communities is asking what they want and need, and then designing the programs to help them. So I just think that's a really important piece of this. I was surprised in the SWRCB that there wasn't really an estimate of the community benefits. And so it's understandable. The water agencies are looking at it narrowly from the standpoint, how does it affect me? 95% of those costs are related to their impacts. And quite frankly, we can argue forever how many angels can stand on the head of a pin as to what are the costs of these programs. But when you look at the transformation aspects for climate resilience that the governor has been talking about, we need to recognize those values and the long-term investments and what it's creating of value in our communities. And that is not there, even though it's in your statement of reason. I also want to just close on the importance of partners. And that's another reason where I would ask that we have an opportunity to bring some of the partners in the disadvantaged communities in to talk about how they see landscape transformation, infiltration of in the Central Valley to help where we have people having problems with their wells. That's a big deal. And there are things, as Regina said this morning about what they're doing at Ventura as an example. They're rehydrating wells. They're rehydrating the groundwater. They're making water available for fish flows in the Ventura River. Those should all be counted as part of the value of this package of change. Now, change is hard. I'm with Jay Lund on that. And I think we need to try and figure out who's already there. They're already doing it. You've heard the success stories. They're fabulous. But to help our communities grow into this process, we need to have the discussion with those communities that are going to have a hard time, and how can we help them 360 create landscapes of value for their communities. Our water agencies should be all in on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. Really appreciate those comments. Next, Nicholas Schneider.
Save the best for last, but it doesn't sound
No,
that
we
way.
still have commenters. We still have virtual commenters that we want to get through. So,
I'm the
Mr.
last
Schneider.
one in the room. It sounds like that's good. I'll take that. Thank you all. It is 8:30, just for the record. I appreciate you allowing us to continue to give comment. My name is Nicholas Schneider. I'm the general manager for Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. You've seen me up here in this regarding this in several different roles. So This is a new one for me. We are a 112 square mile district located in the fire-prone areas of the Sierra Nevada mountains with approximately 4,000 connections. Most of our properties are over 2.5 acres and regularly as large as 10 acres. We have experienced 2 very large fires in the last 7 years and countless little fires that have affected our water use in landscape areas. Currently, county and state requirements require us to meet and maintain defensible spaces around our homes. This is 100 feet of area in either direction and around our homes, or approximately 1 acre of property that needs to be maintained and watered. Additionally, the water required to fight these small fires can be significant and be reflected in our water loss numbers. We have been working with DWR and state board staff on the landscape area measurement standards, and we still are fighting with state staff over how much irrigable credit we will be given. We started out less than 1% credit, and through 2 separate iterations, we now have 7% irrigable acreage. This is better, but still not representative of what is actually there. We now have to do a ground survey to fix this. The state even suggested utilizing Google Maps to help us with this process. We have a small and limited staff that can't be taken away from this work to discuss these issues. We are currently in the process of a rate analysis, and these increased costs and mandates will be placed on our already burdened constituents. Our community simply cannot afford this unfunded state mandate. You had a presentation of qualified landscapes that met the standards. One cost $55,000 and $9,000 of yearly maintenance. The other was $10,000 and over $3,000 of yearly maintenance. This is simply untenable and must be addressed. At the size of our properties, this could be exponentially larger. Finally, in 2020, we started a campaign of messaging and interaction with our customers to encourage conservation and efficiency. Even though we are a small program, it was so robust, we applied for an award through the Association of California Water Agencies. This program included installing AMR meters and currently implementing AMI. We utilize software to notify our customers of leaks and abnormal water use. The district has made large investments at the local level and has made great strides. I worry that we won't be able to keep up with the regulations as they evolve. I realize that there are carve-outs and variances that are going to be included in these budgets. However, it doesn't take into account the costs associated with analyzing and implementing this regulation. Thank you for all you do, but we have to do better and find more cost-effective ways of meeting these standards today and into the future. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to go to folks on the platform. I think our first commenter here will be Alicia Duncan. We're followed by Greg Norris and then Tim Worley.
Hi, thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Thanks for hanging on.
Yes, thank you. You've already heard from our board president, Kathy Green. For Orange County Water District, we manage a groundwater basin for 2.5 million people in Orange County, and we are the home to the world's largest potable reuse facility. If there are any variants provided, we just hope that they would be permanent and not temporary. That was our only comment, and I just want to respect your time, so thank you very much. We would hope that you'd all come visit us, as Joaquin has, to tour the groundwater replenishment system. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Duncan. I appreciate the abbreviated comment, but importantly, sticking with us and still providing it. So thank you. I know it's been a long day. Todd Dinsbury, I believe you have your hand up. So we'll go to you and then go to you, Mr. Greg Norris. Mr. Dunsbury, you've been invited to unmute. If you don't unmute here in a moment, we'll just, I think you've unmuted.
How's that?
We can hear you now.
Great. Good evening, and thank you, Chairman and members of the board, for allowing the water agencies to share our concerns. My name is Todd Dusenberry, and I'm the General Manager of Vernon Public Utilities. For those of you who may not be familiar with the city of Vernon, it's a disadvantaged community and the closest city south of Los Angeles, situated between 5 freeways and 2 ports. Because of these characteristics, Vernon, in its 120 plus years of existence, is home to many food processing, manufacturing, and industrial uses. As a publicly owned utility, we provide water and electricity to approximately 1,900 businesses, but less than 200 residents. Most of these businesses provide essential goods, to the households throughout the region, United States, and even globally. For example, a sterilizing company in Vernon is one of only a handful in California that sterilizes all the surgical equipment in the LA region. Vernon's also home to many food processing companies where, for example, chicken drums and thighs are broken down and packaged, and water is critically needed for these types of operations, as well as the majority of all Vernon commercial and industrial businesses. I share these examples because these are important elements to take into consideration. The newly proposed regulation that we are discussing today only considers the residential population and not the working population, which for Vernon increases drastically during the day. So if we take the calculation that's been proposed regulation, which for Vernon calculates based on the 200 residents and not the 35,000 or 55,000 people who come in and out of these 1,900 businesses to work every day, that would require a 92% reduction to Vernon's water use. We would like for there to be discussions about what can be done for cities that do not have outdoor landscaping and have a large number of industrial commercial customers. The proposed regulation includes best management practices for CII customers exceeding their threshold. However, many businesses that are large water users have already implemented water conservation technologies to reduce consumption. It may not be feasible for such businesses to effect further significant reductions. Even as an industrial city, Vernon has implemented many water conservation and water use efficiency efforts whenever possible. And in the last 15 years, we've done our part to reduce water use by nearly 50%. And in the last 5 years have reduced our water use by 20%. We recognize the water supply is limited, but we must also understand how the regulation impacts agencies that primarily serve businesses and how water is needed for operations for many businesses that provide essential goods. I'd like to personally share how appreciative I am for how engaged the board has been throughout this workshop, and we look forward to working with you and staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Dunsbury. Appreciate, again, the contributions here and continued discussion I know we'll be having. Next, I believe we have Greg Norris.
Chair Esquivel, we wanted to just make a minor
Apologize, Mr. Norris, one moment. Ms. Ely.
Sorry to interrupt. We just wanted to reiterate a point we made earlier today, but just to make sure that everyone's on the same page, that processed water is not something that is regulated under the proposed regulation, and that in Vernon's case definitely constitutes the vast majority of water that they're delivering to their customers. And so that's not something that Vernon would be implementing, BMPs to address under the proposed reg, but just wanted to make sure that was crystal clear.
Yeah, thank you for inserting that. And, Mr. Dunsbury, if you have any questions around it, please just reach out to Ms. Ely. Thank you, Ms. Ely. Next, go to Greg Norris, who will be followed by Tim Worley and then Yasmin Nubani. You should be invited to unmute again there, Mr. Norris. Apologies. There we are.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, almost, Chairman and board members. Appreciate you sticking around so late to hear all these comments. My name is Greg Norris. I'm a water engineer representing the Carmichael Water District just east of Sacramento. I'd say we're kind of a smaller district. We have about 40,000 people within our district, about 1,200 connections. And I would classify it as a semi-rural type of environment, very old community. You won't see very many sidewalks. It's big lots. And so just to characterize that for you, Carmichael Water District has been around for over 100 years. We have I believe our water right from the American River is 1915. So we've been in the water business for over 100 years. Water conservation is woven throughout our policies and operations. We are continuously seeking new and innovative ways to improve the efficiency of our system and to educate our customers on the value of water as a natural resource. It's ongoing continuously. The proposed regulation appears on the surface as a key document for reducing water through conservation and efficiency, but it lacks technical practicality. Just one example. there's many in there, but just one example is how it proposes to calculate the water budget for residential outdoor areas. The proposal determines plant water use based on real climatic data such as humidity, temperature, wind speed, etc. That's reasonable. This would be appropriate if we were managing like a 100-acre irrigation system for a particular crop, or even if we had 1,000 residential outdoor areas landscaped exactly the same way, similar to a tract home subdivision, where the landscaping is almost the same, but highly unreasonable when managing water use on 12,000 residential front and backyards on larger lots with no same configuration among any of them. So it's very difficult to apply that kind of regulation in that situation. Yes, the proposed regulation does offer some standardized procedures, but here's an example. If you use them, it penalizes you for by incorporating unreasonable factors like that reduce the determined plant water use by winter rainfall. So if you decide to use a standard procedure, then you have to reduce your plant use budget by how much rain you got that winter, which has nothing to do with what happens in the summer. So we're asking you to incorporate our concerns into the final regulation, and we look forward to working with your staff more, and thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Norris. I appreciate those comments. Next, we have Tim Worley. Good evening.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. I was also asked by Sue Mossberg. She emailed some comments to me, so I will try to fit comments from two associations into my 3 minutes. First, I'll be speaking on behalf of the Community Water Systems Alliance. CWSA is a group of large and small water agencies, both cities and districts from the desert to the Central Coast, focused on the needs of small and disadvantaged communities. And I believe you'll hear from one of those disadvantaged communities that is a member of CWSA next. I'm just going to blaze through. You've heard most of our comments from other people. So first, thank you very much for all of the work that the staff has done and that the board members are putting into this. I will reference the economic impact assessment issue, which David Mitchell spoke about, and we just ask for the board to consider the M-cubed report and really make sure that this regulation, as it is proposed now, meets a common sense test for the investment of a whole lot of dollars. Secondly, one thought that has stuck with me from my doctorate work in public policy many years ago now is that implementation is crucial. Policy implementation is greatly improved from research back in the 1970s on policy implementation with support in the form of training and funding. And furthermore, adaptation to changes over time can greatly increase implementation success. These are not easy to include when your task is to set standards, but nevertheless, support and flexibility are two of the main points or two of the main requests that we would make as you look to finalize this regulation. It has been observed by others that many of the water suppliers with the greatest challenge are located in the inland areas and serve disadvantaged communities. I won't belabor that point. Next point is that CII performance measures are going to be extremely difficult, probably requiring additional staff. My next point is that obtaining a variance is also very difficult. This regulation needs to simplify the variance process and provide technical support. My next point is that the regulation needs to streamline the reporting requirements for everyone. This point has also been made. My next point had to do with reasonable alternative compliance paths You've heard this from others. I just want to reemphasize that. A couple of specific points. The landscape efficiency factor you've heard over and over. It's unrealistic. And finally, on my comments, it has to do with data accuracy. We are encouraged that you're aware of this issue, and we'll be working hopefully with water entities to address some of those problems. Next, I want to just read 3 of the paragraphs that Sue Mossberg had to say. She's at the Water Smart Innovations Conference. She says, "Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members." She's Executive Director of the California-Nevada section of the American Water Works Association. I'll skim through this. Over 5,000 water professionals, over 470 water utilities. They have worked to make water conservation a California way of life in many ways. They support water use efficiency as a best practice. In fact, they led the way to educate urban retail water suppliers on conducting water audits. And they were thankful. I was in her position at the time. We're very thankful to the Water Board for the technical assistance program that funded that training and education for several hundred urban water utilities in California. They also have a certification program that has certified hundreds of water use efficiency practitioners, grades 1 through 3. These are the men and women who create and implement the urban water conservation programs that will be essential to achieve this proposed regulation. Our next paragraph is that, like with the water loss audit, compliance with this new regulation is going to require a lot of learning. The experience with the water loss technical assistance program showed that a training program can shorten the learning curve and improve compliance. So she would like to suggest that the Water Board work with AWWA to support a similar program on the more difficult aspects of this regulation. One of those challenges will be to determine if a variance applies and to assemble the data to support it. The same is true for determining special landscape areas. Just determining the water use objective itself could be a big step for some water utilities, water agencies, especially some of the smaller ones. Also with CII performance, many will need financial assistance as well as training to understand the requirements. And I'm skipping a whole bunch, but her last point is she's just says, I will just leave it to those main points. I believe that our members understand and appreciate the urgency of increasing their resilience with climate change, and that conservation plays a big role in that. We look forward to working with the state to resolve technical issues for better implementation of the final regulation. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry to be so curt. I'm getting old and I'm getting hungry and grouchy. So thank you for bearing with us in all of this, and good luck and good night.
No, thank you incredibly, Mr. Worley. And you weren't curt in the least, at least that I found, but appreciate the brevity at the least. Next, I call up Yasmin Nubani, who will be followed by Charlene Engeron.
Hi, good evening, board members and Chair Esquivel and staff. My name is Yasmin Nubani, commenting on behalf of 29 Palms Water District. We actually are a member of CWSA along with Tim. We're a special district located in the California high desert area. We serve about 18,000 residents. 100% are in a DAC and 75% are considered severely disadvantaged. I'm going to pare down my comments because a lot of other water systems have already touched on them, but our primary concerns are going to be the cost burden for our district because we are a DAC and more specifically an SDAC. There is no technical or financial support identified yet for us in the draft regulations, and often there is no funding for systems that serve populations of 10,000 or more. We are a more medium-sized DAC, so that puts us in a more unique situation in that sense. Costs are expected to be covered either upfront by customers or through raising water rates. And when we're serving a disadvantaged community, raising rates can be very harmful to many of our customers, and they can't afford to front costs of anywhere from $150 to $850 in expenses to upgrade appliances and fixtures. Furthermore, we are in the desert, so there's not really much outdoor landscaping that we can drive our conservation. it's going to rely a lot on our indoor water use efficiency. We could not afford to implement incentive programs for any of these measures for our customers because we have no extra resources to do so without assistance from the state. Additionally, we would need technical assistance and extra time to help us develop and implement new water conservation programs, as well as help calculate our variance data for the water use objectives. The allowance for evaporative coolers is especially going to be important, but it also will be costly on our resources as we would have to have our service workers go out and survey our service area, which we don't have the additional staff to do. We don't have the capacity to conduct the tasks that it would be needed to comply. So having a streamlined processes for water systems like ours to follow with online tools to help us calculate these eligibilities would be necessary, as well as extending the eligibility period. Also, the requirement to revalidate a variance every single year is onerous for our district. I just want to recognize that the hard work done by the staff on this regulation, it was extremely complex. I know you've considered a lot of things when you were putting these together, and we hope that we can move forward with staff and the water board to come to a solution that benefits all of us. We will also be providing more detailed comments in written comments for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nubani. Next, I'd like to call up Charlene Engeron, who will be followed by Aaron Woolley, and then we only have about 5 folks left to get through. So thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Good evening, Honorable Chairman Esquivel and board members and the rest of the night owls still hanging in here. My name is Charlene Engeron, and I'm the Public Information Officer for the Mojave Water Agency. On behalf of our board of directors, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The Mojave Water Agency service area encompasses 4,900 square miles in the arid Mojave Desert region. Rainfall ranges from only 5 to 6 inches annually. We serve a growing population of approximately 500,000 that is primarily disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged, much like what you've heard already tonight. 10 of our retailers are subject to the requirements, and only 2 of our 10 retailers have indicated that they can meet these requirements without significant effort. The remaining 8 retailers have notified us that they do not believe they can meet the reduction threshold, and one of the 8 retailers will need to reduce demand by 40%. Of great concern to our region is the cost of compliance. The average reduction requirement for these 8 retailers amounts to 13,000 acre-feet annually. This is a large number for agencies with small numbers of connections. The cost of compliance is estimated between $75 and $90 million. This is because compliance will be required for all 3 indoor, outdoor, and water loss objectives for these retailers. And the estimated cost reflects the difficulty of getting drought-weary customers to respond yet again in short time frame required by the draft regulations. These regulations will also create a detrimental financial impact on our disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged residents. Because of the predicted high cost of compliance, rates will need to be raised, and the rate shot impact will be felt particularly by low-income customers. Further, NWA is greatly concerned with the State Water Board's standardized regulatory impact assessment. Specifically, we believe that the state's SRIA does not reasonably determine the benefits of the proposed regulation, resulting in an overestimate of the benefits. It also unreasonably determines the cost of the proposed regulation and has deficiencies in setting the baseline condition, leading the SRIA to significantly overstate expected water savings and potential benefits of the proposed regulation. Additionally, many of our customers, in an effort to save on their electric bill, run evaporative water coolers. The use is counted within the residential objective, making it difficult to comply. We applaud the work of the Department of Water Resources for including a variance for evaporative coolers. However, a greater variance formula exceeding 5% of the standard-based budgets is needed, or an exemption should be given for evaporative cooler water use. We also, much like many of the other speakers, request that the board extend the timeline for compliance to 2030. The delay in the draft of the regulations has shortened the window for retailers. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. And just on that last vote, less delay and what I thought was really good time spent to make sure we're getting it right. But I know we're pressing up against what are legislatively mandated deadlines. I'll wait to give more comment. Keep going, Next, I'd like to call up Erin Woolley, who will be followed by Joanne Sollins.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Erin Woolley. I'm a senior policy strategist at Sierra Club California. I'm speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club California's 500,000 members and supporters statewide. For decades, Sierra Club California has advocated to develop a water portfolio that promotes local and regional resiliency while protecting water for the environment and avoiding hardship to human communities due to shortages. We believe California can meet its water needs and adapt to the impacts of climate change by pursuing projects that increase agriculture and urban conservation, sustainable groundwater storage and management, increased water reuse and recycling, and stormwater capture. As you've heard from some of the panelists today, many Californians are reliant, at least in part, on imported water. And as the board's well aware, watersheds where imported water is sourced from, including San Francisco Bay Delta, the Colorado River, and others, are facing a number of challenges. The Bay Delta watershed, which provides water to 2/3 of Californians, has experienced rising water temperatures, decreased flows, harmful algal blooms, and overall ecosystem and species decline for decades due to unsustainable water diversions. As we continue to experience the impacts of climate change, California communities must prepare for periods where less water is available in the long term. Developing new supplies such as reservoir storage and conveyance, which has come up in several comments tonight, comes with real costs to the environment, to imperiled species, increasing energy use, and increased costs to ratepayers. Proactive water conservation and planning is an alternative that can help reduce California's reliance on imported water, prevent the need for developing new and costly water projects, and provide climate resilience in the future. Urban water conservation and efficiency has to be a critical component of a robust and resilient water supply, and Sierra Club supports the board's work here to help water suppliers achieve savings through increased efficiency and conservation. The draft regulations have incorporated flexibility by requiring water suppliers to only meet the overall objective, including a variety of variances, and providing alternative compliance pathways for the suppliers that are facing the greatest reductions. I encourage the board to also consider providing technical assistance and resources, in particular for smaller agencies, to help them be able to comply with these draft regulations. In addition, Sierra Club supports many of the approaches that we've heard about today from water suppliers to encourage demand reduction, including AMI retrofits and the web portals, which allow customers to track real-time water usage and improve leak detection efforts. In addition, I would encourage water suppliers to consider integrating a few additional opportunities that weren't mentioned into their program to help achieve greater savings, in particular outdoor water savings. First is that renters were not widely mentioned today and really do need to be included in conservation programming. Information and outreach shouldn't just be limited to property owners, but also to renters, and renters should be able to qualify for rebate programs, especially for efficient appliances where renters are purchasing them themselves. Second, alternative water supplies for outdoor spaces should be considered and included in rebate programs. So we heard from a number of panelists about the benefits of gray water and stormwater capture that can provide key opportunities for customers to reduce potable water use outdoors while providing irrigation to support vibrant trees and landscaping. Educational programs and rebates for rain barrels, cisterns, laundry to lawn, and gray water systems should be adopted by water suppliers to help maximize outdoor water savings and achieve these objectives. Appreciate the work of the board and staff to help California move forward on proactive conservation and efficiency, and appreciate your time and the opportunity to comment.
Appreciate yours as well, Ms. Woolley, and those comments here after, I know, a long day. Next, I'd like to call up Joanna Sollins, who will be followed by Michael Powers, Justin Breck, and then I believe our last commenter is Danielle Coates.
Hi, good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, for sticking around, and for all the work that has gone into developing these regulations. My name is Joanna Sollins. I'm currently an environmental horticulture advisor for UC Cooperative Extension, and I need to provide a brief disclaimer that the views I'm expressing are mine alone and do not express the views or opinions of the University of California. I would like to comment specifically on the outdoor residential water use standards in section 968. I think the board's water conservation intentions are very commendable, but I'm concerned that the proposed regulation will put urban trees at risk and could potentially lead to extensive urban tree canopy loss. The proposed value of 0.55 as an ET adjustment factor is extremely stringent for existing landscapes, and 2035 is really right around the corner. In many areas, I think meeting the standard is unlikely to be feasible, and certainly not without substantial reduction in the benefits that residents receive from urban landscaping in general and trees in particular. Trees are long-lived organisms, and most of the trees that provide important shading in our communities today, and the ones that will provide the most shading over the next few decades, are accustomed to irrigation, and they're not very tolerant to water deficits. It's going to take a long time for any new drought-tolerant trees to provide shading that would be remotely equivalent to the mature trees that could be lost. Research that I was part of found that standards set with an ET adjustment factor this low would put trees in a substantial portion of the state's water suppliers' service areas at moderate or high risk of insufficient water resources. And water stress in trees can lead to canopy decline and ultimately death, both of which reduce shading and increase urban heat. So shading is particularly important in cities as higher summer temperatures are predicted with climate change. And importantly, I think that the standard raises an environmental justice concern because many of the strategies that can protect trees while reducing water use are expensive to implement. It'd be wonderful for everyone to be able to put in beautiful drought-tolerant landscaping with drip irrigation that adequately waters trees, but that's just currently not accessible for many residents, even with rebates or similar programs. So it's very likely that many people will simply turn off their irrigation instead. And this could mean that tree canopy loss and the loss of attractive landscaping could be particularly severe for low-income residents and disadvantaged communities as a whole. And disadvantaged areas often have lower canopy cover to begin with. So I would urge the board to consider a higher ET adjustment factor. Thank you very much.
I have a question before you leave.
Please, Vice Chair.
Ms. Solons, could you, I don't know if you're planning on submitting written comments or not. That's why I wanted to jump in and want to make sure that we get access to that research that you were talking about.
This was provided to the board already.
Okay.
This is our report. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Solons. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Powers, followed by Justin Breck, and I believe our last commenter is Danielle Coates.
All right, hello, I'm Michael Powers, overseeing water use efficiency regulation implementation for Valley Center Municipal Water District, which is located in northern inland San Diego County. We appreciate and understand the very hard work that the state board, staff, and our fellow water agencies have put into this regulation. Our district is and has been committed to water stewardship and water use efficiency. Total water usage in the district has decreased by 40% since 2013, and our usage is 60% of what our SBX 77 target level was. We have also invested nearly $2 million by converting our existing metering infrastructure to AMI and implementing the Water Smart customer portal so that customers can access their customer use data and receive high usage and leak alerts. But still, the district has some concerns with the following aspects of the proposed regulations. The sunset date is 2027 for inclusion of the 20% of the irrigable, not irrigated land in the landscape area measurement, according to the proposed regulations. However, the Water Code directs that the standard shall apply to irrigable lands without a provision for sunsetting. So we recommend that that 20% INI buffer be included indefinitely, or at least until updated landscape area measurement data is provided to the water retailers, and that a provision is included in the regulation for agencies to routinely receive updated land data from the state. Number two, the proposed regulations require individual variances to amount to 5% of the water use objective to be considered. Applying for those variances will require our agency to expend a significant amount of time and resources to track the variances. The district proposes that the retail water agencies should be allowed to apply for variances even if the amount of the specific variance doesn't exceed 5%, as the cumulative amount of the several variances may exceed 5% of water use. Third, Our district does not have a large commercial, industrial, and institutional customer base, nor do we supply a large amount of water to CII at just 8% of our water use and about 1,300 acre feet. But still, the district will be required to make significant investments in the development and implementation of the CII performance measures for relatively little return on investment in water savings. So the district recommends that requirements be streamlined and that agencies are allowed to use regional CII conservation programs to meet compliance. Finally, number 4, we ask that AMI, in conjunction with water customer portals that allow customers to view their water usage, be considered an in lieu technology for the CII requirement. Those are our main concerns, and I want to thank the board for taking this time to hear our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate the sharing of those and again, hanging on with us here. Next, I'd like to call up Justin Breck, who will be followed by Danielle Coates, and then we'll see where this dais is.
Good evening. I'll keep it brief. My name is Justin Breck, and I'm the Climate Resilience Fellow at Los Angeles Waterkeeper, the LA region's leading nonprofit watchdog advocating for resilient local water supplies and water conservation. We want to thank Chair Esquivel and the other board members and staff for your continued work to make conservation a California way of life. The proposed regulation would go far toward helping to reduce local urban water demand, and it is certainly feasible because of the considerable flexibility in how suppliers may attain the conservation goals, as has already been explained. It would also have the potential to spur the development of necessary stormwater capture projects, as well as direct install conservation programs, which are very important in terms of equity considerations in the LA region. Additionally, the board's proposed regulation would not only support state and local priorities to reduce polluted runoff into waterways, but would also help save energy and reduce GHG emissions through avoidance of new supply infrastructure, which would help the city and county of LA move closer toward their sustainability and climate-related goals. Los Angeles Waterkeeper is already heavily engaged with regional agencies in developing conservation efforts and local resilient supplies, such as the Metropolitan Water District's Pure Water Southern California Water Recycling Project and others, and we'll continue to work to help agencies in the LA region implement the proposed regulation when it's finally adopted. So anyway, LA Waterkeeper supports the Water Board staff recommendation for the conservation regulation, and we thank you so much for your hard work and your time. Thank you.
Equal thanks to you as well, Mr. Breck. And we'll now like to call up Danielle Coates. We'll be rounding out our commenters here. It's good to see you, Ms. Coates.
Good to see you, Chair Esquivel, and members of the board and staff. Thank you for holding this robust workshop and for sticking it out all day and all evening. It's a very important conversation, and we're lucky and fortunate to be part of it today. Rancho Water, and I will keep my remarks very brief, recognizing the time and the investments you all have already made. But I just wanted to share that Rancho Water has made significant investments early on in conservation, implementing system-wide AMI back in 2010, and that's in year implementing tiered rates across our residential customers. We also pioneered water use tracking technology before it was prevalent. So as an agency that embraces conservation in the strongest sense, it is not without significant costs that we are going to move forward with implementing these potential regulations. So by way of very basic example, and due to the complexity of the regulations, we anticipate that there's going to be the extensive reporting is going to add significant costs to each of our accounts, even with the existing investments that we've already made in the sophisticated rate structures and through all other additional technology investments. These administrative costs will not result in any new water supply development or any water savings. So we definitely appreciate the very specific recommendations that were brought forth by Ms. Compton and Irvine Ranch Water District earlier today. So in the essence of time and recognizing we do anticipate submitting further comments, I just wanted to plus up some of the comments that were made today, acknowledging the need for compliance ranges to support flexibility in the acknowledgement that this is an evolving process and we will continue to learn as we get more and more timely and reliable data. We support and align ourselves with requests to simplify the variance process and encourage the removal of thresholds. This will be helpful in achieving the flexibility that we speak to when we originally considered the development of the regulations. And then we also want to plus up the calls for funding to support implementation and reporting processes, along with refinement to the CII performance measures. Finally, we do appreciate and acknowledge the comments that were made by staff here earlier today that some of the language could be clearer and could benefit from further refinement. We agree, and we encourage consideration of the fact that the state board is not doing this alone. We are all in it together, and we are all on the same side of using water efficiently. So with that in mind, we embrace what is at play here, and we hope that you will consider the water districts that have come forward with solutions and being solution oriented and move forward collectively as we all try to implement conservation as a California way of life. So we can make a compliance pathway that is meaningful towards achieving the state's goal. So we look forward to continuing this conversation and good work that is going on. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coates, and appreciate those good comments here, again, after a number of hours of comment. Just incredible things. I think the fact that we're rounding up here close to a 12-hour board meeting on a single item, which, you know, we're not here at 11:30 at night, which this board doesn't actually make a habit of being here this late. I promise you, this is like the only second time in the 6 years I've served on this board that we've really been here this late. But it shows how much passion and dedication and work has gone on this subject, continues to go on, and just want to start off by saying thank you. I'm going to say some brief things that kind of encapsulate a lot, and we've heard a lot, so I'm not going to touch on everything. What I know will happen here, and I want to hear from others at the dais, importantly, you know, the broad themes, we're going to have to digest. And, you know, our staff are going to have to come back, have further conversations with us. So we're not going to resolve everything we've heard here. This is a draft proposal and a workshop that we're in the middle of. And so there may be some announcements going on out in the main. We're going to keep chatting for now, and we'll make sure that we're not actually having to leave this building suddenly. So I will say that what we obviously, and I heard a lot of here, oftentimes from some saying, this isn't really worth it. Like conservation, we have it. We don't need these regulations. And that's where, you know, the legislature has spoken, the law has spoken that's directing us to do this work. And there we're implementing. And the important part is, how do we do that right? And I think here we heard a lot about that balance and needing to continue to try to strike it best. I think it's important to note again that we have, you know, the main dial here on how are we capturing the efficiency within the state, applying it fairly, but not just saying everyone should meet the standard, because that's not really standard setting either, and really wouldn't be worth the many hours and effort that we're all here together if that was, you know, really the intent, that everyone here be able to meet the standard. I think we're trying to say, well, how best do we capture and fairly then apply a standard that I think, again, we have to remember that, especially for those that are at 20+%, no matter where within the cone of the standard setting and really that main lever on outdoor we land, they will still have a huge lift. And I think that's just the challenge of trying to set standards in a state. And here, I would want to try to better unpack the outdoor standard is supposed to be here accounting for geography. I mean, that's why it was negotiated the way it was and supposed to give us all our best effort to do that. It's not necessarily there. We see disproportionate, you know, sort of impacts amongst it. So how we kind of view that, but importantly, how do we view the outliers amongst it and realize that, again, no matter where we end up in the framework that we've been provided by the legislature, all of us collectively here, where we land, you're still going to have those folks. And so I want to see continued discussion. I know we've heard good feedback on what that, you know, sort of outlier, if you will, those systems that are going to have to make real Herculean sort of lifts, land. Now, when it comes to then that, the rest of the standard setting there is a data issue here, but that again may be tied to the legislation itself, where, our ability to iterate here with you all may be a bit capped. And that's where I think that we need to figure out what, without having to go back to the legislature, we can do within the flexibility, because we do have new data coming out. It is, at this point, this irrigable, non-irrigated, irrigable 20% is kind of our best, way of handling what is actually a lot of new data that may be out there that makes it more refined and helps you all and all of us understand, well, what is the state of things, as opposed to, having to give too much of just these things that are helping to account for uncertainty. So all that to say that I want to understand our ability to iterate and have more data, and our flexibility on implementation as well. Yes, there's, I wouldn't call it a delay. There's been a lot of work that's had to go on in the back end with all of you to get us even to this space. And so, yeah, we're butting up against the timelines that were articulated by the legislature. I don't know how much flexibility we have there. Let's figure out what we do. I think not unlike here, the issue of, how we are generally treating outliers, the issue of what the actual legislation can allow us to do, I think is going to be important. So I would just, kind of note on that. I will also just say that on compliance, the thought of having a more regional approach, I appreciate, again, sometimes the resources for this can be spread out. And here I know the regs are very individual supplier focused. Where there can be some flexibility there, I'd be interested. I'll stop there and just say that, again, our challenge here is a complex piece of legislation that we're doing our best to implement, and never perfect information amongst it. But I think the question is, when you look at the budgets and you look at their application to, again, the bell curve, and taking away our outliers, because amongst them are super savers that are doing a lot more. And so the question of feasibility, and I know it's impacted by geography and a whole host of specifics onto each one of your agencies. But again, it's best trying to find out where that sweet spot is. And I'm open to how we continue to look at it and have a lot more conversation. We'll go to the Vice Chair.
I'll jump in here. First of all, thank you for that, and for the approach of looking at outliers and a reasonable balance, and the tone that you've set throughout. So I really appreciate it. I've spent a lot of time, probably too much time on this. And so I'm trying to be thoughtful in my comments without getting into the weeds too much here. But it just strikes me as, setting up success that's consistent with the goals of the legislation. And so I did, as I mentioned, I went back and looked at the legislation, because I think that I've spent a lot of time on the landscape efficiency factor. Also spent a lot of time on the disadvantaged communities issue. But it seems to me that really what kind of got this challenge to be maybe more of a heavy lift than what we necessarily needed to do, it was in setting things up initially and not necessarily following the statute. So I just want to go to a couple of areas where I think that we do have some flexibility that's consistent with the statute, starting with, as I mentioned earlier, the use of the principles of MWELO. MWELO is great. It's a design standard, but actually using it for the actual, for the standard itself, I think makes it challenging. So if we could go back, look at the principles of MWELO, but then looking at the language in the statute that references the amount of water necessary to efficiently irrigate both existing and new. And I think that's part of the challenge, because when we look at communities, I live there in the San Joaquin Valley, a lot of these communities are struggling with the last thing that's on their mind is, maybe conservation, small c, not big C, and really having to focus on robust programs. Not that they're not interested, but they've got older existing landscapes. And so a lot of these photos that we saw in more wealthy coastal communities. It's just not what I see in the San Joaquin Valley. I see something totally different where, yeah, there are those communities where they're changing out, but not in the disadvantaged communities. And unfortunately, I think we've all been there where we see that, the irrigation just gets turned off. And so definitely, I think we can look at outliers, but I think that one way of starting that is to just kind of go back and look at the standards themselves. I think that our task is to get to a place where we are pushing efficiency as much as we can without being imbalanced. And somehow we've incorporated this entire transformation, which I love, just transforming landscapes, transforming the whole state. But that's not our charge. Our charge is not to transform landscapes. I hope that that's what happens as a result, but having that drive us, I think, starts us into a system that makes it more challenging, as we see in some of these specific examples of communities, and then that puts us into sort of this other approach of the variances aren't enough, and we need to provide more flexibility in the variances, and we need to have more variances, and now something for the outliers. I do think we need to, consider all that, but then maybe, kind of getting back a little further. And then the landscape efficiency, getting back to the statute, the irrigable, there is not a distinction between irrigable and irrigated, non-irrigated. So looking at the statute on that, and then also looking at a lot of the work that got done at the Department of Water Resources and the expertise there, the landscape irrigation factor, the limits on new landscapes, and effective precip. So I have to say at this point, I'm more comfortable with the Department of Water Resources recommendations and looking at feasibility, and we've had so many really interesting debates and discussions with staff about feasibility. And so I think we also need to consider, what do we mean when we say feasibility? Do we mean technically possible? Do we mean it can be done? Or are we incorporating something like what we incorporate with safe drinking water, and that is technical, managerial, financial capacity of systems to accomplish these goals? And I think that's a little bit of the disconnect. And then we get back to the big picture, which is, well, we just really are looking at the ultimate objective, not the specific standard. And I understand that, but I think that communities are going to be, and water suppliers are going to be fixated on this standard because they really do want to meet it. And so looking at ways to set folks up for success, and that reminds me also of, of some of the discussion that we've had about compliance and good faith efforts. I don't really know what that means. I'd like to see something like that, but I'd rather get to a standard that really and truly is feasible from the perspective of technically feasible, economically feasible, et cetera. I think we can get there also. I appreciate M-Cubed, and we have our own SWRCB, and I hope that you all can get together and see if there's some changes that could be made in that analysis without taking a bunch of time. Maybe just a couple of discussions maybe there's a middle ground in there as to, the true costs and impacts. I continue to be concerned about trees, and I really appreciate staff, what you all did to put together additional time for climate appropriate trees, but mostly concerned about the existing urban landscape, and I don't think we quite hit that mark, but I think you understand that as well from the conversations that we've had. I like the suggestion that some had about collaborative discussions. I'm really hoping that in the interim between now and the next time we meet, I know you're having a lot of I guess you call big meetings, little meetings, whatever they are. But Martha, thanks for hanging out to the bitter end. There's that core group that was there working on the legislation. I think we need you back Okay, not just with a comment letter, but to sit down and meet with some of the really thoughtful people from the water supplier community that are saying that they're challenged. I'm not hearing, there's that group out there saying, you know, we can't do more, we've already done enough, we need to build more reservoirs. But then there's a lot of others that are saying, we're just really concerned, we're really challenged. And I think you know who those folks are, and spending some really good time, like what we did for wetlands. I don't know that it needs to be as involved with having all of us involved, but you know, some really targeted discussions about how to thread the needle here. We're not the experts. I know we've spent a lot of time becoming, you know, well-versed in this, but we're not the experts. We're not running these programs. And I think between the NGO community, our staff, and the folks that are running these programs, I think we can get there. I'm really confident. And then do want to have some specific targeted discussions with disadvantaged communities. I read through, you know, the notice. There's some language in here that concerns me about racial equity, that, you know, we think we're fine on affordability. I personally don't think we are. I think we can get there with some changes, but in the meantime, I think we need to have some targeted conversations with those communities. And then also, I appreciate the league's involvement in the discussion, but I think they came to the table a little bit late. So, you know, maybe figuring out who from the league could be involved in those discussions as we go forward. So thank you. I know I went on and on, but I think I covered all my points.
You covered them well. Thank you, Vice Chair. That's appreciated. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Let's see here. So wanted to thank everyone for attending today, those that were on panels, those that came and provided comments, you know, both in person and virtually, especially, you know, those that are still hanging in there. You know, thank you so much. It's been a really productive and, you know, good day. I have just a couple of items that I just wanted to touch on, and definitely, you know, looking forward to continuing to work with everyone just to, I'm going to call fine tune, you know, the regulations. You know, it's draft. That's the purpose of, at least to me, of having a workshop like this, is to get put the drafts out there, get the comments, and really, you know, to hear them, get to continue to work with you, to fine tune them and get it to where it needs to be so that it is implementable, and that we can achieve the objectives. So, you know, this is just a quick ask for, you know, staff, just help me, and I'm assuming that if it's me, there may be others. It's just the variances. I keep getting lost of which ones are set there for, you know, permanent, which ones are temporary. And so just, you know, when you're listening, if there's a way you can identify, you know, the ones that are not permanent, the ones that are temporary, that helps to help me to remember and keep me on track of those. Another one, just reporting, you know, this is something that I've been, you know, asking for, just as we look at whether it's regulation or policy, just looking at, you know, not asking for duplicative information. If we're already receiving information and looking at ways to pull that information from our other programs and to utilize it. And so, you know, I'm going to have that ask again here, you know, if we're already receiving information, can we utilize that information here in this program also? And, you know, to ask for it on the frequency that we need it and that we're going to utilize it. That way we're getting the right balance of what we need to implement the program and be sure that we, you know, we're utilizing that information and in that balance of the resources within the agencies. You know, they're also able to continue to implement the program and not just continuously just reporting additional information to us. Also, you know, I want to look at just how prescriptive does the regulation need to be. When I think about other programs that the Water Board has, you know, I think about like the water quality programs, you know, they aren't as prescriptive. We say that this is what you need to meet, and then allow the agencies to, you know, the regulated community to design their facilities and their programs to comply, and without telling them exactly how to get there. And so again, to take a look and see, how much information do we need to provide to say how to get there to achieve the goal versus allowing agencies to work towards that goal based on their community, what and the water use within it, and so that they can then, the more mature programs, they've already gone through a lot of fine-tuning their programs. Those that aren't as mature, they can learn whether they're learning from the mature programs, and they may need, just a little bit more help along the way to fine-tune their program to based on their community, their water use, and need different pieces of, I'm going to call the puzzle of getting there, and water use and conservation. Data, we talk a lot about data. When we have estimates on top of estimates, it does end up with some factor of error, or it's not as exact, but we do have to have a starting point. And so the 2018 data, that is our starting point. That's where we're starting. And to move forward, yes, it is now 5 years old, and for someone who comes from like the NPDES program world, 5 years, that's your point where you look at stuff and you re-examine and you start again. And so, I just ask, and I know these discussions are happening, just, as we're moving forward, really having a clear understanding of, when is DWR going to be reproduced, having that new data, getting that in. There's larger agencies that have the resources, that have been able to get out there, have been able to fine-tune their data. And some of them, it's gone the other way, where they have to conserve more water, and some have to save less. So it's, I think, especially for those agencies, the smaller agencies, those that cannot do that exercise, that cannot go out and, do it on their own, really working together to have a system in place to understand, is it tree canopy, is it, whatever it may be, is it slopes, to have that system in place to where we understand and we're working together to make sure that we know when is that data going to be coming in, the data is going to be getting out to the systems so that they can utilize it and to update. And then also that, to me, that also goes along with the variances of providing the updates to us so they have new information, getting those timelines put together so that we're getting quality data on the correct frequency, and that we can, update our, have good quality updates, and it's usable data on the right frequency. And then the last one that I'm going to touch on here is just, to me, then it goes into just compliance and enforcement. We've talked a lot. We've heard a lot about that, and we've heard today it's just the right investments, workforce development, and time. The goals may be achieved, and also that agencies are not in control of all the factors that go into the equation of achieving the goals. So I just want to make sure that as we're going along, and we're you guys have already started to look at hey, is there alternative compliance? So just really sitting down with the water community and just really working through that and just making sure that we keep the agencies that are on track and they're really putting in a good effort, keep them going so that we're not punishing them, and so that they keep putting that effort in and they keep going in the right direction and they're pushing forward. And then, those that may need a little push, we're pushing there, and so that, we're putting our resources in the right place, and then also the agencies are too. So I'm going to stop there and, thank everyone again for just their efforts and really, time that has already been put into this. And I know, the time that's going to continue to be put to really fine tune this. So thank you.
Thank you, board member, and agree with comments. Board member McGuire.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. This has been a whopper of a day, a long one, but a really important one. And I'm just so thankful for everyone taking the time to share their thoughts. And I'm mindful of the fact that we're in the midst of the public comment period, and we have another 2 weeks to go. And so I'm really looking forward to all your written letters and comments. I'm sure we'll just get so much more input here as the process wears on. I think it's just a sign of our commitment to do this work through the rulemaking. It's a process. There's public engagement opportunities. This is one of, I'm sure, what will be many to come. So just thank you for this moment. And so I'll try to be additive here, recognizing the time, despite my sincere passion for water use efficiency and my experience working in this space when I was back in the day when I was an actual engineer in consulting. And in some, hey, I think we're all experiencing climate change. We heard that many times today. One thing I heard resoundingly in the room is that we're all comfortable with the idea that we need to make conservation a California way of life. So many of you said it. I believe it. We're all in this together. And so to that end, I'm comfortable with ambitious goals. I think we should be setting them as a state. I think that's our job. That's what the legislature tasked us with, is figuring that out. What should our future look like? What should our landscapes look like ultimately in California? What I think does need to be taken into consideration in setting ambitious goals, though, is the time and resource lift it takes to get there. And that does not look the same for all the communities. That is different. And it's really hard here because I have to keep in mind that a good chunk of the water systems, many of the ones that we heard from today and several that we didn't, are going to meet the standard. No matter what standard we set, they're going to comply with whatever that standard is. So I try to keep my mind focused on those that have a lot of work to do. And it's outliers. There's those who maybe don't qualify as an outlier, but still have a lot of work to do. And we heard from, I think, a good cross-section today. So that's one area where I'm trying to figure that out. Is it an alternative compliance pathway? Is it the timeline itself for when the targets are hit? How do we approach this? And this is where I'm hoping some of the comments can speak to that. We heard some different suggestions. I'm a little open at this point, but I wanted to emphasize that for me, that's one of the areas that I think is most critical here to try and get that right. The couple other areas, just again trying to be additive and not redundant, is one that I brought up before, which is on that variance threshold. And I'm trying to balance that against the fact that we heard lots of input today about how do we streamline, how do we reduce the reporting burden and the data burden. That resonates with me. I agree with that. And I think that benefits everybody. That benefits the water systems, that benefits our own staff, who I think are going to get inundated with lots of requests for variances and other things, and you probably already are. And so I think that's a real concern I have for you, is to be able to handle that workload in a very short time period. And also on the systems for having to do a lot of this work maybe annually. And is there a way that we can approach this a little bit more confidently and give some trust to the water community? Give some trust back. Say, hey, there's a check here, and maybe at X time frame there's another check-in. But unless something significantly changes between now and then, it's on good faith that that whatever that variance is in play for that time period. So again, I don't want to get into the details of how that would work. I think that's going to be reflected in large part on the comment letters and the specifics of that and future discussions. But it's just an area that I think we can look at. And along with that, there's probably lots of mixes of different variance packages. We heard about all kinds of horse issues today. But a question I had brought up, I think it was at one of the workshops, was whether that 5% threshold is the right one. I know that was DWR's recommendation. I don't know if that still is needed, or we can look at maybe a 5% cumulative or some other way to do this. Again, being sensitive and mindful of the data reporting issue. If you get 8 different variances and they all add up to 5%, that can be tough. But I think that there's 400 different water systems. There's going to be 400 unique situations that we hear from and different stories, and they're all real and they're all relevant. And I'd like to think of ways that we can best accommodate those different circumstances. And the last additive comment is pools. And so I think we heard a variety of different input on pools today, and I appreciate staff's comments on it as well. So I don't think I know what the answer to that one is yet either, but it's an area where I'm interested to hear a little bit more about how we can incorporate pools. I learned today there's 1.3 million of them in the state, so it seems like an important topic, and so I look forward to more discussion on that. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Board Member Firestone.
Okay, I am not gonna be as articulate as I want to be after 12 hours of listening to really thoughtful comments. And I know I've already heard a lot from folks that have been working on this for years and also are working on it like daily with work groups, rolling up their sleeves and trying to figure this out. So I think first just want to say thank you to the really, really thoughtful, constructive comments that almost everyone here today. Really, I think looking forward to written comments and looking forward to, folks getting together and figuring out how to incorporate, both fine tuning some of these things, looking at how we can reduce cost of reporting and data collection so that we can really focus on reducing water use and creating long-term efficiency. I think that's what this process is for, as everyone said so far, is that we're getting feedback. We put out a draft, we're getting feedback, and we're really going to take a hard look, and I know our staff are at all the feedback and talking more about how to try to get this right. That said, this is the first time that we'll have this kind of regulation and we don't have perfect data. And so there's going to be a lot of learning. And I feel like there's a lot of efforts to adjust standards because of concerns around error, right? These like trying to understand to what extent is the numbers that we're having really getting at the goal accurately. And I like the approach that in general that staff have been putting forward around saying, look, we'll add in some buffer here or there if, at the first few years as we're waiting for better data and refined data. But also we need to figure out how we're going to get at what the real lift is. I think somebody said this, like, what is the real lift for each of these water suppliers? It's not the same for each one. And when I am looking at listening to 29 Palms or Reading, and looking at the, over 40% that they have, I mean, 29 Palms, I remember visiting there, there's no grass, and so just I think there is a matter of digging in with these outliers and trying to figure out what is going on. Do we have the numbers wrong? Is something not reflective of that, where really efficient water use is happening, and let's get that right. Is it a variance issue? And I don't feel comfortable when I don't feel comfortable, I don't know, I like the approach of trying to dig in on the outliers and figuring out how we're getting the data right rather than sort of changing the numbers altogether. I do think, I guess, let's see, just to hit high level things, because I'm not going to be very articulate right now, is I see this as an equity issue. The communities that have been hit the hardest when we have emergency conservation measures are those that don't have that long-term efficiency. And so they do, as people have said, then they do just shut off water and trees die and there's, brown lawns everywhere. And if we're not making that investment now to transition to that long-term efficiency, then those are the communities that are going to continue to get hit the hardest. So I think this is something that those that are furthest from where we need to be is exactly where we should be from an equity standpoint, investing in figuring out how to support their resiliency in this new climate and this new normal that, I think is why we're all here today. Lastly, no matter what, implementation matters, I think, as people have said, that, you can, we're setting a budget, and I think there's ways that maybe we can make it even more, there's some really good comments about maybe improving some of the CI&I performance measures, but overall, we're trying to achieve a budget. And how you do that and how you pay for that really determines what that's going to mean for people's lives and the equity impact. And one of the things I'm concerned about is I think a lot of times in these settings, we say, the costs will be borne by, low-income communities or low-income households, but suppliers do have a decision on how they structure financing for things, and you can structure it to make it more equitable. And I do think that's not something that we are, getting into here. But every time I feel like I hear suppliers argue that, it does make me want to make sure that we're being really proactive in what best practices and what options are to make sure that suppliers can make those financial impacts more progressive, less regressive, and still navigate Prop 218. There's, I think, a lot we can and should be doing, and the more that we get good information and tools out there, the more that can be avoided. I think we would all agree that we want to have, investment in data, investment in money, investment in technical assistance, and investment in like a statewide education campaign. If all of us, everyone here that participated today could, snap their fingers, we would all have all of those things. I think we should all do everything we can to get that. As we move forward, we're going to have to figure out how we make that happen one way or the other in a way that is going to help us get where we all want to go. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, board member. And thank you for all the board members' comments here. I know, again, I know for myself as well, after listening and really taking in, there's a lot that we all kind of collectively want to comment on. And I think, again, we'll have opportunity to follow up with our folks, but I appreciate all the comments and agree with the general sentiments here at this dais, which is we want something that's implementable. We're fine-tuning here what is a good framework, and we're open to the continued discussion, which this workshop is the signal of, to make sure we get it right. And so I know there's been comment on sort of process and follow-up in small groups. We won't dictate exactly what that looks like here going forward. I want to convene, but importantly, we promise that we will follow up. There will be further discussion, as there has been through the years that have brought us to this moment. So I just want to acknowledge that. and just say thank you again to the board members and their comments. Thank you to everyone that contributed to today's discussion. We'll be here following up. I think it'll be important. What are next steps here, Ms. Ely, insofar as what are we thinking? I mean, I know comment period is still another 2 weeks that are going to be open, and I think it'll really matter what the full volume and wrapping our arms around what we heard today as well. But, you know, I want to make sure we follow up publicly with telling everyone what the timelines are or those opportunities to engage. Actually, don't worry about replying exactly right now, but I just want to be able to articulate that at some point here at a future board meeting or through the LIRIS list or, you know, our communications, because I want those that have been following along this discussion to understand how to continue to track it as we go and further on into the regulatory process and come back with something before this board that I hope and I know we can have that's adoptable and importantly implementable.
I have one thing to say.
Please.
10-4.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ely. It is just before 10 o'clock. We will wrap things up now. It has been a long day of great discussion. Appreciate everyone. We will be following up and brings our meeting to adjournment. And our next board meeting will be, oh gosh, October 17th and 18th. And so until then, we're adjourned and we will not have closed session. And thank you everyone again for the incredible discussion today. Thank you.